Squad, I'm gonna get mine. Go through the crime if you can't do the time. Don't tell me how you're all down. When you smile in my face, but you play me like a clown, it's your fool bitch. So just step back. I'm a man that when I come down straight. I thought you were my piece, but you play me out. Now I'm mad as hell, and I'll pull that down. Who you wanna roll with? Who you wanna roll with? Let's go. Who you wanna roll with? Who you wanna roll with? Let's go.
Yeah.
Back on the scene, it's time to get mean. I'm a lean. Revolution machine. For what people stay, they sway. What today is good as any day. Y'all feel slightly this, let's resist. Raise your fist and pump like this. Promises all the time. Don't trust the lie, but you know it's wrong. Who you wanna roll with? Who you wanna roll with?
Make some noise if your holiday gatherings were made political this year. Ooh, yeah. You need to get an anime moan on there. Fine. Oh, yeah.
Brother, ew.
Who you wanna roll with? Who you wanna roll with? Let's go. Who you wanna roll with? Who you wanna roll with?
I'm levels right now.
Let's go.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
What are those things called? The tube horn. I want to say Ferguson, but I know that's wrong.
Huh.
Intro over, and we're here. We're live. Hope everyone had a wonderful holiday. Hope everyone gets to start of Hanukkah. Christmas has passed. We're closing out 2024 here. Lefty, what do you guys say about 2024?
Well, we're still in the midst of a huge crisis in Edison. So, I'm telling you, what was a crazy year, but we're topping the year off with a huge cherry in Edison right now. I can't believe how much traction these stories have gotten about banning the American flag. And then, yes, the other day, just the chief went off on everybody. He just went off. There's other videos besides that short video of just the chief going off on everybody. He was just like pointing at you. You're out of control. You're out of control. You're out of control. You're out of control. It was out of control. But it wasn't us.
Jeez, he was on point. It definitely is wild, and it's I don't know. I think it definitely these political officials need to be held to a standard of being able to control their emotions to an extent, because they flare up, and then we flare up in a human response to someone acting outlandish, and then they call us out for flaring. It's a vicious cycle. Where'd Lefty go? There he is.
A ghost knocked the picture off the wall. Mr. Ghost, leave me alone.
The ghost of the parking lot.
I just made a video coming in here in the dark, and I just want everyone to see. I've been coming here in the dark since July. I walk in the dark room. I put the light on. Come into the dispensary. There's just a few little red and blue lights lit up. So I turn on.
I must say, I'm very excited about.
It's so scary.
I want to also share with everyone. Lefty showed me a very delayed reaction when he came in because he was outside doing his thing, and then he came inside, walked in through the door, turned on the lights, sat down, and then like let like 10 seconds pass. And as he sat down, he said, "Oh, it's cold in here."
Oh, it was like a Ric Flair delay. It was great.
It was like he sat on a chair of ice, and then he, like was like, "Oh my god,
I think
why
that's
is it
what it
cold in
was.
here?"
I think my butt was so cold. I'm like, whoa, this is not good.
It sounds like you need to wear layers. It sounds like you need to wear more than boxers and jeans.
Well, I went from the heated seat in my truck where I have heated seats to a cold seat.
Do you not wear long johns under your jeans?
I have things on.
But do you like layer in the winter?
No, I'm not outside long enough to do that. Like I'm wearing Crocs right now, bro. Here, I'm wearing Crocs.
You sit in your car without the heat on. Like, what do you mean you're not outside long enough?
No, the car is running with the heat, with the seats.
I guess I never hear it.
With the heated seats. I'm very comfortable.
It's just necessary for me during the winter, unless I literally walk outside and go, "Oh, it's beautiful outside" for some reason, and go back out and change. But otherwise, it's a necessity to wear long johns underneath my pants during the winter, because no, it just gets way too cold.
Well, how far are you walking?
Sometimes I'm waiting for an Uber, like, and yeah, a lot of the times I'm walking, like, but no, not that cold, not at all.
No, I go from my car to the building. I don't stay outside long in the winter. I try not to.
I envy you, kind of, not really.
No, I can't. My back doesn't like the cold weather, so that's why when I sat down, I'm like, no, oh no.
Do you have one of those reactionary backs to weather, or is it just for the cold?
Everything. Cold.
You don't talk about like the people who's like, "Oh, it's gonna rain soon. I can feel it in my back."
Yep. Oh yeah.
Oh.
Oh yeah. And when it starts to rain or when it stops raining, when there's a change in the weather, that's when I feel it.
The Doppler back.
Doppler back, yes.
So, yeah. If anyone, but back to what we were talking about before. If anyone was paying attention to what Lefty had posted on the Instagram, don't feed into the other gentleman who is gaslighting. Questions about why these kinds of oppositions don't progress us anywhere with our cannabis issues. Don't pay him any mind. It has no. It's gaslighting, plain and simple. This is exactly why New Jersey cannabis. One of the many reasons New Jersey cannabis issues do not get addressed properly, because of stunts like this, and a lot of the times they're not even directly targeted towards these kinds of movements, but it's this type of behavior that slows everything down.
You want to have a laugh?
Sure.
I want to read some of the comments too. The comments are hysterical. Let's see here. Share screen. Let's see. Instagram. What do we got here? This is it.
Let's see. Sounds like a little girl. What are you talking about?
You touch me again, you're gonna get arrested. That's right, back up. Don't touch me. No, you rammed into me. Don't touch me. Leave.
The guy the tie is the commissioner.
Leave. You gotta break. Right?
What's that?
The guy in the white shirt is the chief.
Yeah, that's the chief of police right there.
Yeah.
And he's running around telling everybody they're out of control. You're out of control. You're out of control. Like, we're just standing here. It's recess. And I gave him crap about the disability stuff, and he's like, "Oh, you're gonna talk about that again?" I'm like, well, yeah. What do you mean? Of course, I'm gonna talk about that. You dropped the ball.
Yeah. What else is new?
Put your hands on the chief of police. Leave now.
Touch my belly.
You rammed into me. You pushed right into me.
My belly attacked
Charlie, you saw that. You got it on camera.
Belly.
It's out of control. It's ridiculous. I hope you're happy, dude. Look what's going on here. They can't.
Is it choppy for you?
A little bit.
Yeah, something's going on there. The comments are the funniest. If you want to go on Instagram, check that video out. That's what. But the comments are just ridiculous. Let me find the comments here. TikTok
Hopefully
has
make it
comments too,
the chat so people can find it easy.
and they keep coming. They keep coming. That thing belongs in a cage.
That
This
thing, yeah.
he sounds like a little girl with her panties in a bunch. How soft can you be? He's a
I like how
child.
everyone's touching on the non-relevant physical altercation and not the issue at hand.
You rammed into me. Must be fragile. When the people fear the government, you have tyranny. When the government fears the people, you have liberty. I like that.
Yeah, it's I don't know. It's difficult because fear is a very loaded word, and I don't know if the answer is really to have those in power fear, but rather know that in general we're going to take action if you're trying to pull the wool over our eyes.
Now I want them walking on eggshells their whole political career. You walk on
Fair enough.
eggshells around us. You would do what we want or else. That's my attitude anyway.
There's a wonderful scene in Attack on Titan that dictates just the dreamland scenario for what people do when you usurp power.
Here, I'll say this in a funny voice because I think it's meant to be said in a funny voice.
Please.
I'm special. I'm the chief of police. I am also the head of an armed gang of thugs. Whoa.
I don't know what that comment's supposed to achieve, other than letting us know that they have no context for what's going on within this situation. Like, the chief is the rational one for once in this situation, holding these people that are freaking out and exhibiting poor behavior to account.
Chief of police? More like chief of bitching. You bumped me. That's assault. I know who got bullied in high school and ran to the principal.
See, there's a thing about that. It's once there's an altercation or someone's property is being broken or something like that, they immediately go into self-taught lawyer mode of documenting, oh, you touched me. Oh, you did. I am noting everything because somehow that's going to be relevant.
Whiny little chief. Oh no, his belly hit me. I'm scared.
I don't know. Does he have like diseases?
You can't ban the flag. You can't ban the American flag, nor require permits to display or fly it. He played in the NBA with that flop. Did you see how he's falsely accusing people? That's exactly what they do.
Who? But they. I love the blanket they statement. They. That's just whoever is in opposition to someone else is the they.
This guy likes reach arounds.
That's funny. Playing a game of grab ass, are you boys, huh?
I like that comment.
It's a good one. It's a good one.
The chief needs to resign. Overreaction from a grown baby man.
But like that's that contradictory statement. Grown baby man.
Chief, more like poof of police.
Poof. That's offensive.
Poof. What is a poof?
A poof, I believe, is a slur or derogatory term against homosexuals.
It is. Okay, that's a derogatory term. All right, we won't say
I
that.
believe. I'm not.
I don't know. I don't know that word.
Sure on that one.
Poof of
I think
police.
it's puff. Actually, I think it's puff is the term, but poof.
I have a cat named Foofy, named Foof, and I hope Foof doesn't get mad at me because I sounds like
I'd like to go on the record and say we're not comparing gay people to cats.
I'm just reading this line. Poof of police.
Stand on.
Rammed me. This guy bumped him in with his stomach. What a schmuck. It's like two children in a schoolyard. ACAB. Snowflake Republicans. Chief Cry-Ass. Stop the corruption and this crap doesn't happen. Pretty simple, huh? Ho-ho. The uniformed officer used poor tactics. Approached too close, squared off with the subject. Both are bad. That's true. That cop went up and went for his wrist immediately. He went right for the wrist. He rammed into him. Freak show. Bring back trial by combat. Mutual combat would have solved this permanently. He never touched him. No, don't touch me. This is my no-no square.
That's my no square. Can you show us? Can you please bring a doll into the next meeting and go up to him and be like, "Can you show on the doll?" And then just press the doll's ass in his face and be like, "Was it here? Did he touch your starfish?"
I'm bringing a puppet. I'll bring a puppet. I'm still show me where the belly touched you.
No. If you're gonna go the puppet route, can you go now? I'd like to just I'd like some time on the floor. It's just like that. This is my friend, and this is Sammy. Now, Sammy, what do we don't do to people? We don't touch people without consent. Yes, that's right, Sammy. You're very correct. Because there are several people out there that do that. What are they called? Rapists.
Brilliant.
I love it. Add a weed element to it too. It's just like, why are we here? I don't understand. Oh, it's about touching people. Yeah, bad.
That's a good one. Don't touch me. This is my no square. I need a no square. Get away from me.
I think we all have a metaphorical no square that we.
No, mine's bigger. No, mine has to be way bigger.
Shut the.
My no square is 100 feet.
Well, mine's more durable. So there you go. Yours is like a paper mache no square.
My no square is bigger than yours.
Lasers. Your no square is powered by your imagination. And clearly you have a weak ass imagination.
Killing me, man.
Back to the comments.
There's pictures of piggies and aliens and poopies.
What are you?
It's pictures. They use the same tactic.
Emoticons, you mean?
The lies.
I thought it was literally just text that said pictures of aliens and pigs and poopies. So what is they implying in there? That cops are aliens that are shitty, or they're shit aliens, or I don't know what.
Maybe it's not an alien. Okay, it's not an alien. It's a pig nose. It's a pig nose.
Ah,
looks like an alien. Wow, that's harsh.
Yeah, I know. Emoticon use. I remember many a times I've been sent a string of emoticons and gone, "Oh, that one hit home. Ouch, that hurt."
Is this a snowflake convention?
No. What?
No.
What do you mean? What do you mean? That's such a general no, bad. No, that's like okay. You found a bunch of white. You can't be racist against white people, but at the same time, these racial attacks that are launched against white people like that are they don't have to try very hard, and it's not very creative.
Somebody just writes Trump.
Oh wow!
I don't know how to take that. What does that mean?
What does it mean? I mean, I don't think it needs to mean anything. Not that it shouldn't have to, but it's yeah, I feel like you could go into like any forum Anywhere. You could go into a furry forum and put Trump, and it would get traction.
It's not a hashtag. It's not a tag. It's just Trump. It just says Trump.
It's just Trump. Yeah, and that's. Yep. It's more valuable than the Supreme logo. He's
Boomer,
becoming the new Supreme. It's really funny.
if you're mad, Boomer, retire.
Ageist. There, I said it.
The police are the standing army your founding fathers warned you about. They are here to steal liberties. The fact that we don't have multiple local militias is a huge disservice to the American people. Don't ever forget that police departments were established due to workers going on strike and forming unions. So don't forget that they have been against the working class people ever since the beginning.
You know who else has militias? Countries that are constantly war torn, that constantly are going through genocides of just simply of those factions fighting against each other. So, I don't know. I'd say militias aren't really on my my 2025 Christmas list.
Yeah, hold off on
And
that, guys.
I understand the placement of police and
Where are we going? We don't know. Let's not go there. These comments are crazy, though. Sounds like a lawyer skilled in gaslighting. Oh, this is funny. Sounds like a shark lawyer skilled in gaslighting and lies. What kind of a city bans the flag? Nah.
I thought he was saying the shark lawyer in connection to them going, "Oh, you touched me."
Yeah, you touched me. Ow!
Shark lawyers right there. Can spot it being touched.
This is an entire room full of men with unsatisfied wives.
Top tier comment. A triple plus platinum. Send off those siren alarms right now. That is gold. Beautiful.
But wait a minute. I was in that room.
You don't have a wife. You don't count.
No, I have a wife, and I don't know if she's satisfied. Maybe you're right.
One of those men has at least led their wife out of a party angrily by the arm.
What the F has happened to humans?
Oh, we're not going to go there. We're not going to go there.
We're not?
I mean, I assume you wouldn't want me to go there, being where you stopped me before.
Why not?
Yeah, let's just leave that one and move on.
You rammed into me, but be fragile. As a society, we have to start punishing these tyrants so harshly that the fear of that punishment makes them respect the people.
So I'm gonna go out and say there are tyrants in this world, without a doubt. This is far from the forum of which I would use the word tyrant. These are men squabbling on one of the lowest forms, of priority in the grand scheme of things, if you're going to use the word tyrant.
Hello, Leroy.
Hi, Leroy.
Make tar and feathering great again.
Oh, I have mixed feelings about that one.
How do you feel about that one? How about the hat? Making a hat.
I think it'd be really funny. I think it would it'd be really funny. Like it would be like that scene from It's Always Sunny. They did this the Declaration of Independence episode, and they just run in. They're just like, we got tarred and feathered. There's a whole misunderstanding, and that would happen a lot. You'd be somewhere and people just rush in and be tarred and feathered. You'd be like, what happened? No, I don't want to know.
They used to run them out on a rail too. That's another thing. After they tar and feathered you, they'd run you out on a rail. And yeah,
Leroy, how are we doing today? Glad to see you. Hope you had a good holiday.
Leroy, truth and
nice and peaceful, and are enjoying our nonsensical ramblings right now.
Well, these are the comments of the police chief video.
Yes, Leroy.
It's going viral, this video.
That's
And
why you said Leroy.
the comments are hysterical. Leroy was there. He was in the middle of this whole shit show. He actually started the shit show. Leroy started this shit show by putting up a survey to the council, which I guess you can't do. I didn't know you couldn't do this. But he surveyed the council and said, who doesn't believe in rape? Who believes rape is wrong? The rape of a woman is wrong. And the only person to put her hand up is Harris. And then Coyle called the point of order because I guess the survey, you can't do a survey. And then that was a big deal. And they went to recess. It was just bizarre.
Leroy, come join us. I would love to pick your brain on that. That's, I mean, obvious statements are obvious. Yeah, I'd love to hear your thoughts on, the lack of agreement in the room.
Let me see if I can play the video here. I don't know if I can.
Because that's abhorrent. That's abhorrent. And it's something that I've noticed has been low-key shamed for calling out for longer than I thought. There's definitely a section still now in the life where you make that kind of comment. There's all sorts of derogatory terms that are thrown at you. Feminist, cock. I don't know where. There's so many I can't even keep up, and it definitely destigmatizes people from continuing to speak up because they're children. They don't have they still have a part of them that exists in high school where name calling is a relevant deterrent. So yeah, shameful to see, shameful to hear. Sorry you didn't get more agreement there. I was held my hand up and said, yeah, obviously rape of anyone is wrong. Absolutely.
Yes, let me find it. It's right over here. There it is.
That's funny because like leading up to COVID, we were definitely not in an environment to have this kind of conversation, like at all. But here we are having to ask this question.
Woman. This was on the Edison, New Jersey taxpayers' Facebook. As a mother, I am absolutely disgusted and horrified by the conversation I had with my daughter who is in 6th grade. She came to me after watching a video about a survivor of Mayor Sam Joshi and her struggles with the serious, heinous allegations against him. The video was deeply disturbing, and my daughter asked me, how was it possible for a man like that to stay out of prison? And since you've taken 2 minutes of our time away today, by a show of hands, how many of you, after 2 weeks, say it is wrong for a man to rape a woman in Edison, New Jersey? Show it, clear hands.
Council President, point of order.
Stop talking, I'm talking, Coyle. Thank you, Harris. Now, how many of you are willing to investigate Mayor Sam Joshi for the allegations of rape? Stop, give me my time back. I want 30 seconds back. I want 30 seconds. Lawyers, stop talking. I want 30 seconds back. How many of you are willing to investigate Sam Joshi? Too late. Marco Harris, good job. You were the only one with courage here. And you interrupted me.
Your time is up.
Shout out to Marco. Having a backbone.
I want my 30 seconds back.
Your time is up.
He interrupted me.
Take this as a warning.
He interrupted
If you
me.
continue, I will have you removed. Please
Do it.
Okay.
Let's just give it 30 seconds.
No, the time is up, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Council Member Coyle. No. He interrupted me. I was
Officers,
speaking.
please remove him.
I was speaking. Now this is your opportunity to stand down. He interrupted me. I want my 30 seconds back.
Drone. That's being a drone. That's
Coyle,
that's very troubling right there.
Stand down. Stand down.
Hold on 1 second. All in favor?
Coyle said I get 30 seconds back.
Please
Stop.
recess.
Hold on 1 second.
See, these are the piece of garbage cops here
Stop.
that will do unconstitutional things.
Will you stop?
To a free man.
Will you stop? I'm trying
No.
to help you out here. Relax for a second, okay?
Recess?
It's all right.
This is recess.
No, it's not all
Speak
right.
freely now. It's recess.
Right, it's recess.
See, they're ridiculous.
You created a shit show once again. And Coyle actually did the right thing here.
No, the police did. You made every decision wrong. You're gonna let Mr. tell me.
After 250,000 views, celebrating a good police officer here. And these guys, again, are gonna violate my rights. Now we're at recess, so they have, so stand down, you have no.
Does he have 30 more seconds to speak?
I don't know. I don't know if he doesn't.
They said they were gonna let him sit down. They didn't actually.
I think you get 30 more seconds. I think you're recognized, so I don't think you should leave. I don't think they can remove you
No.
unless they're breaking their constitutional oath, and they can remove
See, they
you.
did it.
And I'll do it on camera.
Contrary, you did it. You're putting your family, you're putting unlawful orders against the Constitution.
You have to leave the podium.
So let's relax, sir.
Why?
Because you're disrupting the meeting.
There is no meeting. They're in recess. How?
It was
Can you-
already called before that.
Can you believe this?
It was already called before that.
No, I could stand here, I could stand here, I could stand here. They're in recess right now. Is that true?
You rejected from the meeting.
No, I was not.
You were.
You
Rejected from the meeting.
Councilman Coyle recognized me. Stop.
No, they went to recess.
Stand down.
They didn't say that he's removed.
You guys are really gonna
I
violate
am
your
not going to this
constitutional
meeting. They
oath?
call a recess.
It's my understanding that they
You
want.
take
are
an oath to this guy.
breaking,
It's my
you are
understanding that they want
breaking
you.
my constitutional rights now.
Are you going to leave?
I don't have to leave.
You don't have to.
Aim on both of those.
They went to recess.
Councilman Coyle, he recognized my additional 30 seconds, and then they took a recess. So now there is no meeting happening. I'm just a man sitting in a public area. That's all I'm doing here.
Opportunity to do the right thing, guys. Mr. Patel no longer runs the
You're a
rule.
little-
The Constitution runs the rule.
This is gonna go national, guys. Do the right thing.
I mean, after the flag banning, and you still do this, after my video goes viral, has almost 250,000 views, showing a police officer do exactly what you didn't do.
Worried about domestic violence, overdoses, car accidents.
So go stand down and go take care of domestic violence
Too
and car
much about
accidents.
this. I can't. I'm here right now, right? And I'm dealing with you. Just slightly.
You have nothing to,
Slightly
you have nothing
Don't
to
gaslight
do
him. Shut
with
the hell
me.
up, Contreras.
He's not
Shut
slightly-
the-
This is what you're doing. You need to do this.
Shut your fucking mouth. Don't
Game.
gaslight him.
Game on both
You see,
sides.
he's trying to, he's trying to set him up. Shut your fucking mouth,
This was right.
Contreras.
This was always
And
right.
don't shake your head at me.
This is a recess right now. You have nothing to
By
do
not
with
being
me.
responsive to his emotion. Like, this is called passion emotion.
Emotion when I was speaking with him earlier. He just controlled my words.
What's the issue? What's the problem with 30 more seconds? 30 more
The
seconds?
councilman gave me 30 more seconds. Coyle, who interrupted me, he gave me 30 more seconds.
Yeah,
Let him speak for 30 seconds. What's the big deal? The right thing.
I believe you're recognized still. You're legally recognized for 30 more seconds.
Right,
Legally.
because Councilman Coyle, who is the one who interrupted me,
Mhm.
he recognized and
Yes.
said, give him back 30 seconds.
You have your 30 seconds.
Right, they said they can't talk while you're speaking. They do that at the end. Now all of a sudden they interrupt you and
Yeah.
they copy time.
Right, absolutely.
You're trying to follow their rules.
And this scumbag cop literally is everything wrong with policing. You're everything wrong with policing.
Wow, you see me on a day-to-day basis.
Well, I've seen your,
On point. Piece of shit, this
You're out of
guy.
control. It's a recess.
no, we're talking.
30 seconds.
But you're abusing my cops.
Oh, they've got guns, they're coming
Using
up
the
to me.
cops.
They're
They're
trying to
very
remove
kind
me.
to you.
No, they're being violent.
They're trying to
I'm not
remove
talking
me.
to you
I'm
either.
trying to unlawfully
Why don't you
remove
sit
me.
down?
They're trying
Why don't you sit down?
They're trying to unlawfully
Sit
remove
down.
me.
This is recess.
Sit down.
You're not
This
my
is
daddy.
recess.
Sit down.
No.
You're not my daddy. Can you believe? You're saying sit down.
You're gonna leave. Absolutely.
Nobody told me I had
Don't
to.
you dare.
You guys need to control yourself.
Nobody's touching
You gotta control yourself. You guys are out of control.
You keep your
You
hands
can't
yourself.
even talk
You're not gonna
an
put me
adult
on
conversation. You're
Why
an
are you
adult
looking at me
conversation.
when you say
You're gonna
that?
have to leave.
They did
This is a recess.
No, we don't. Exactly. This is, we're in a public area, period.
Don't gaslight us when we come up here, all right? They could have called.
guy's a psycho.
They could have called, the meeting back.
Why don't you can't sit down? Why don't you sit down and listen?
We're all, it's a recess.
But you're out of control.
So
You guys are out of control.
You guys are out of control.
You don't understand words. You don't understand words.
You're out of control. You're disrespectful. You're out of control.
We are
Sit
allowed
down.
to be disrespectful.
Sit down.
It's a recess.
How you doing?
You're not
Hope you
acting
had
like a
good one all
normal
day.
human.
Violating their rights is
It's a
disrespectful.
recess.
Sit down.
Hey, but the meeting's not in open.
They want to get the meeting started once we get back to this. Well, then.
Oh, you're a psycho.
Why don't you go sit down?
And the chief.
Look in the mirror.
You look in the mirror. Wow, you're a child.
We need that energy for the disabled, please, chief.
You're gonna start with that again?
Yeah, you dropped the ball. You
Are you
dropped the
going to
ball.
start with that
You
again?
dropped the ball. You dropped the ball.
go in there?
You don't care about disabled vets. You're a fraud. You don't care about disabled
Are you
vets.
going to start with that?
Fraud.
He says, are you going to start with that again? Yeah, I'm going to
Shame.
start with that again.
No, that was That was important. At
That's
any
how he
time,
talks his life.
either of those officers could have stood up and said, "No, this is not what I took an oath to do." Um, every time I have one of these conversations and I hear someone chime in, "Oh, well, these cops got a job to do. They've got a family to feed. This and that." Okay, so that's not how this usually works. That oath usually supersedes that, as does being a member of the army. That oath supersedes family, everything. You answer that call, and if your worry in fulfilling that oath creates a loophole where you don't want to piss off your boss, and uphold your oath, and actually have to go through a little nitty gritty that may create a little ripple in your life, you shouldn't have taken the oath. You should. A cop is not a job you take to make money. A cop is a job you take to make a difference, to uphold rules and standards. And the money is what you get for doing your job. It's a secondary condition. So shame on both of those officers and shame on the chief, honestly. Very sad to see. Sue, again, thank you for joining us. Glad to see you.
Hey, Sue. Yeah, we're just going over Edison again. Edison's just a real
Yeah, I
shit.
figured that. Okay, I'm just trying to get myself somewhere.
So,
pretty
No,
insane.
Yeah.
Everybody have a good Christmas?
Yeah, we had a good Christmas. It's nice to have family, friends. Yeah, just trying to take a break from it all before jumping back into it.
Mm-hmm.
Wrapping up 2024, as you can see here. Get ready to jump into the best 2025 we can generate.
Oh boy.
That's all we can hope for.
I know.
Mikey, how we doing?
Hey, what's up, guys?
We were
Bucket
just
Man,
playing-
Sue, Lefty, what's up, y'all?
Mikey, we were just playing the Chiefs video of him going off on everybody.
Oh, you mean when he had all his emotions under control at that moment?
I'll repeat.
What
I
happened?
want to.
What was the outcome?
The outcome was just insanity. It's just an open insanity. ... I mean, there's no period. There's no period yet. There's no exclamation point yet. There's just a ... Leroy.
Yeah, well, to be
to
be fair, the outcome hasn't really happened yet. I don't even know. I mean, that's how it ended. But
if anything, the outcome there was that we see that for a lot of police officers, this is a job first and an oath third or fourth.
Oh, it's frustrating. Yeah, no, it is frustrating. I mean, I understand they have a job to do, but I still expect them to.
I just said this, and I'll repeat it for you because we weren't here. I don't. There used to be a standard, at least when I grew up, that like serving in high ranking pieces of government, the army, things like that. Your oath, it supersedes family, it supersedes friends, it supersedes all of that. You should not have to worry. You should not be worrying about creating rifts in your life as a deterrent to upholding that oath. Full stop. Your emotions, if you're going to ripple things with the chief and it's going to make your life a little more difficult, oh well, you took an oath. You got your wife and family and kids shouldn't have done that before you took the oath. Sorry, not sorry. This is a very sacred position that we have within our society that we need to be able to trust these people. And if they're going to put their paycheck before our lives and their oath, that's a huge problem.
Yeah, no, well, what one would what they're supposed to do as opposed to what they do are two different things. You know, obviously that's a problem. In those moments when things are all heated and there's a bunch of people, you know, those are the moments. I try to talk to the one cop. You know, I try to, during all that chaos, I said to him, I said, you know, tell the chief you're uncomfortable with the position you're in. Tell him something. I see you're uncomfortable. I see you don't like this situation, and you don't want to put your hands on anyone that you don't belong to have your hands on. Tell the chief you're not happy with this. Do something.
What do you say?
There was so much going on in that moment, and lots of comments and questions were had where nothing was answered.
A lot of circle talking from what I saw.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, and a full stop shame on the chief for not, you know, ultimately, you know, saying, well, yeah, you know, let's say the right. I think it honestly is a crime to have that kind of disinformation spread, and not that anyone was actively doing it, but I mean, if you're going to come out and say, hey, can we all just raise our hand and say that, you know, raping people is wrong, and if you see people don't raise their hand and you have questions about that, I think that's a reasonable thing. I think that's a very reasonable thing to do.
All they had to do was let the last 30 seconds of Leroy's time elapse. But the problem is that Joe Coyle interrupted him, because Joe Coyle is aligned with the mayor, and he's playing both sides. So Joe Coyle interrupts. He breaks decorum to interrupt the speaker, and then tries to say, oh, I take it back. At that point, now the cat's out of the bag. It's completely blown up. You know, when the council took a recess, they tried to tell the chief of police, all right, it's your job. You got to get rid of him. Get him out of here. But at that point, they went into recess. They didn't demand that he be left. So legally speaking, now we're not in a meeting. Now we're just in a public space. And now the chief of police is tasked with the difficult task of trying to get people out of the room, trying to essentially get them to get out of the room voluntarily at that point, because no one has to go anywhere. You know, you're trying to throw everybody out of the room. Well, if the meeting's now shut down, everybody's got to get out.
Mm-hmm.
And were they trying to tell you that you had active time at that moment when no one was in the room? Was that my understanding of that?
Say that again.
I saw that they repetitively kept saying that your 30 seconds was being recognized, but no one was there. They had left the room. So were they trying to say that they were going to come back in and give you then your time?
Yes, he had time left that he should have taken.
What they were supposed to do was come back in and say, this gentleman still has 30 seconds remaining, and then allow him to finish. You know. And, you know, the most upsetting thing is, and I really don't care to push this issue because too much is going on, and I really don't care what other people are thinking or saying. I just know what I'm trying to do here. But the most upsetting thing is that the members of the Edison residents who pay taxes in that town, who have every right to go to these meetings and get answers to the questions they're asking, none of them got to speak. None of them. Not one. During public comments, not one of them got to speak. So that's what's most upsetting about that. I didn't get to speak. I'm more upset that the residents themselves didn't get to speak, though.
Did any of them, bring that forward? You know, say, you know, we have questions.
Yeah.
Did any of them say anything?
Mm-hmm.
The residents.
Yeah. Once they adjourned the meeting, the one lady, Joyce, who used to be a former councilman, she said, because Joe sits there. So Joe is tasked with filming these meetings so he can give the mayor footage. Everybody got up and they got out of the room. Councilman Coyle sits there because he has to keep the film running. Mm-hmm. And he just sits there, and Joyce says to him, Joe, come on. I mean, none of the residents in Edison get to speak. You know, he's not even trying to hide his movements and stuff. He's just sitting there because he knows he has to catch everything on film for whatever reason. Report back to the mayor.
I mean, it's.
So now what? What?
It's a good question.
I think the now what is letting these. It should be letting this video circulate and helping it circulate as much as possible.
I think the now what has kind of, this is extended. it really was. This was where we were at the last time. Now what?
Yeah.
You know, in some form, it's kind of. I guess the ball's been in their court to just allow people to speak. It's real simple. You can't cut people off when you're speaking. They have to follow Robert's Rules of Orders. All you have to do is just listen to the people, or not. You don't even have to listen to them, but you can't interrupt them. You know, you can't break decorum because you don't like what people are saying. You know, if you feel like you're in a elected position and it feels mostly thankless, that's kind of on you. You know, you didn't have to do it.
Could a case be made that this is like obviously happening often, that people are in the residence are being denied access to speak their issues or be validated on them at all?
Yeah, I mean,
So
at
that point, if it is, and I'm not familiar with these meetings at all, but would you or someone sitting up there you talk to be able to bring something to the table that says what we have here is a non-functioning or dysfunctional council, and make a move based on that assertion?
Yeah, like you mean like take it up a notch, right?
Yes. Okay. Yeah. Essentially, I was trying to be more technical with it, but yes, absolutely. What would you have to do to take it up a notch from here? To literally take the evidence that you have that people's voices are being silenced, issues are not being validated, and there's a sus element at play here.
it's going to be different though next meeting because the council president won't be Nish anymore.
When is the next meeting?
The 8th.
Okay.
I believe. But that should change enough because, you know, I think that it's possible that Councilwoman Harris, Vice President Councilwoman Harris, will wind up presiding over the meetings in January. And the last time that Nish was absent, she ran a pretty smooth meeting. They even wrote an article in the Edison Reporter about how, you know, how it was different, flowed completely different from all the other meetings because, you know, because she didn't care. The one meeting she ran, Christo, I think if I remember this correctly, Christo put the mask on and she had no problem with it, so he just took it right off.
Okay.
And it was uneventful, which is what it would be if you just let people do whatever they're trying to do. Second, you start stopping them, then you've created the problem. It's their 4 minutes.
Okay. So do you guys have a whole
Plan of attack?
Yeah, for the 8th? The plan of attack is probably not like the right.
Yeah.
But just a
I guess
plan.
would be the
Just a plan. A plan of
well,
plan of how about we say it like this? A plan of reasoning. See what happens, I guess, right?
I think that, yeah. I mean, I think that's all they need to do on their end. I think that's all this comes down to. Because, all right, like, you know, you go in there, whether you put a mask on or whether I put a costume on or whatever, if you do nothing and you say nothing, you just let it happen, kind of makes me or anyone else who's doing something, like, kind of makes it silly, stupid and dumb, like not really, doesn't really hold any weight, like a worthless attempt to try to get a reaction or whatever you want to call it. It holds no weight. But to just stick your chin out on the left hook, you know, and just, they should be much better at respecting people's rights when it's their time to speak.
I do think full stop, those two officers should be, at least that one rather more reactive officer and the chief should be called out for that.
Well, that's why the one cop was on probation. They put the guys who can't afford to get in trouble on staff for the council meeting. The guy even said that to Leroy. He said, I just got off probation. I can't be.
But That's more
can't be not
technical
taking
terming.
orders.
Them being on probation doesn't give them a probation from their oath. That's them being problematic doesn't mean they go work for a different department and be problematic there, or a different sector, a different whatever.
Agreed.
If anything, there they have a more narrow and magnified sense of their oath that they need to uphold when they're talking about people gathering together to discuss and dispute issues. I would say that there's a very big magnification of their oath that needs to be upheld if they're presiding over a meeting like that and enforcing even.
Well, there within lies the problem. I mean, that is exactly the problem.
What kind of introduction do they do for the council meeting?
Do a pledge of allegiance to the flag.
And then how do they open the meeting after that?
Simple roll call and call to order.
And then what? What's next?
Whatever business is on the agenda.
Okay. So the councilwoman that you're speaking about, right? She's going to be leading the meeting in January, right?
That's what we're anticipating.
You think so? Okay. So do you have the opportunity to put other items on the agenda on whatever whatever the meeting?
Well, council president has that ability. They're the ones who are supposed to put items on the agenda.
Okay, so if you wanted an item on the agenda, that's who you go to?
The council president, right, Lefty? The council president has that authority to put things on the agenda.
Right?
And can he refuse you?
Well, sure.
But he has to give you a reason.
Don't have to. They should, but a lot of times, that's.
Well, they're violating your First Amendment rights by denying you that.
I mean, they can easily also just say, "Yeah, we'll look into it," and whatever. But
well, and that's part of the web you got to build. Once they say that, and then enough time passes, and then you say, "Okay, well, I'm going to bring it up again," and then once it's continuously disputed, you have a pattern of behavior right there.
Or how about if they say, "Okay, we'll get back to you," or whatever it is they say, you ask for a firm date on when that will happen, and you don't move to another item until you get that answer. Because I mean, come on, not for nothing, you're entitled to that.
Yeah, well, it will be interesting. I'm only going to speak for myself right here, but Councilwoman Harris, she's been an open line of communication.
Mm-hmm.
She at least is intelligent enough to know that that's what you're supposed to do. So
do you get to speak with her like off the record?
I have.
Okay, that's good.
And I have respect for her, and I intend to make sure that I maintain all decorum issues if she presides over this meeting. I mean, it went to hell in a handbasket in 2 seconds with Nish, and it really hasn't stopped because he's just had the lawyer running the show. So we'll see what happens,
Okay, I don't know, from what I'm just, I'm just a person observing, but that's where you're gonna get your lead from, the next meeting. I would just blow off the rest of it and start over. You seem to have a lot of respect for this lady, and so work with her.
That being said, keep this clip, let's just say, back pocket, and as a method to hold them to account when these kinds of things continue.
Mm-hmm.
I think these things are often too too often forgotten a little bit after they happen and dismissed because there's no immediate plan of action to tackle it. But this was a let it not be forgotten. This was, I don't think, made a big deal enough about an abhorrent upholding of two officers' oath. I don't care what department they're in or if they're put somewhere because they're on whatever. It doesn't give them a vacation from their oath. A horrible display of behavior by the chief, and just a horrible display of behavior throughout the environment of people presiding over against that action. Give the man the right to speak at the very least, and to trample over every word he says, and then pick fights like that.
Yeah, that's terrible.
I mean, I don't like to feed into the narrative that politicians are children. But that kind of behavior doesn't help. It doesn't help. And I think
Leroy,
Luke.
Leroy, shut the meeting down. Leroy, shut the meeting down. Leroy, shut the meeting down.
Leroy, shut the meeting down. Bop, bop, bop. And Scalzo with his supposed stomach bump. What about that, Leroy?
Assault with a deadly belly is a very serious charge, Mikey.
I'm gonna
People
die.
have got to
You
take
said
this
assault with a
seriously.
deadly belly.
He could have poked an eye out with that thing. Come on.
A very pointy belly.
Scalzo's funny.
Hey, I found out some inside info from some inside council members as to what happened during the recess.
Oh, okay.
So during the recess, I was told from a very, very reliable source that they brought the chief, and I guess he's affectionately called Chief Scumbag, Tom Bryan. They brought him into the recess room, and Nish Patel demanded that he remove me from the meeting, and that he said, according to these sources, Nish said, you got to remove Leroy Truth from the meeting. He says, I can't remove Leroy Truth. He hasn't done anything wrong. So that's the only good thing he did all night, except when he came out of the meeting, he was hell-bent on trying to set me up first to try to find some grounds to arrest me. And when that didn't work, he went after Scalzo, the most mild, sweetest, kindest man on the planet, who makes Mother Teresa look like Charles Manson. And he went after Scalzo.
And let's not lose sight of the origin of all of this. The basic question: raise your hand if you think rape of a human being is wrong. It's a very easy question to answer. And I want to bet 5 out of those members go to church. So, I'd love to see you bring that video to church for them one day. It's disgusting. It's disgusting that when you're on the public display to the people that you represent, you can't lift your hand. Even if you're within your black heart, you're lying. Just raise your hand and say, yes, I agree. Very simple.
What? And here's the thing is, number one, Coyle, he couldn't keep his freaking mouth shut for 30 seconds. And he's trying to stop them from independently thinking. And they're not required to raise their hand from my question. And if they didn't, I wasn't going to demand more time to wait till they can raise their hand. It was a free choice. It was not an official judicial survey like the idiot Coyle tried to make it out to be. And even if it was, so what? But it wasn't. It was an informal question. And Councilwoman Morris, was it Morris? Margot Harris. Margot Harris. She did raise her hand. Good for her. It's a simple question. Every human being should raise their hand, except maybe Sam Joshi.
And they turn it into a legal survey, and then the moment, like anyone else in the world, when they face any sort of physical altercation, purposeful or not, they turn into a lawyer. Oh, you touched me. Oh, you bumped me. I'm sorry. Where's the stenographer here that's keeping track of all of these claims you're making? Like,
I thought it was interesting too. Before they opened it up to the public, they decided, the lawyer turns to Nish and says, it's time to recognize the assemblyman. And they said, oh, the assemblyman from whatever district is here in the public, and let's move forward with public comments. That was weird, because you're recognizing an assemblyman, but he's not coming up to share any words, doesn't have a presentation. He's in the audience,
And why is he there? A lot of people are asking, why was he there? He doesn't represent the district. I didn't even know who he was. I'm looking to identify him when that was said. He didn't raise his hand that I saw.
You know who else didn't know who he was, Leroy? Because I watch all these videos back. Every angle, I dissect them. The Edison TV gets audio captured that some other ones don't. All this stuff. Nish didn't know who he was. The attorney had to remind him, you got to recognize the assemblyman. Yeah. And he goes, oh, where is that? He's flipping through his pages because he has to see the name because he doesn't know the name off the top of his head. Then when Nish says the name, he's looking on the wrong side of the room. He doesn't even know where he's looking for. And then the lawyer has to point him out.
I said this before when Mikey came back on, and Leroy, I want to repeat this again because you're here. It's become very lost amongst the people who become officers that it's the oath first. It's not your family. You don't take this to support your family. You become a cop to make a difference, to uphold things, to serve your community.
Right.
The fact that I could see within these men's eyes they were worried about their next paycheck as the number one priority is extremely troubling.
Oh, absolutely. But that's the culture that Chief Tom Bryant has created, which so many do create that culture. Because it was so ironic that before the public comment time, when I talked to Officer, what was his name again? Scarrera something? Contreras. When I was talking with him and I asked him if he saw the video, he said no. So obviously the chief did not celebrate that his department was being feted by people all over the world. And the video is, I think, up to 275,000 views and still growing. And people were commenting, great stuff about the police. I put the phone number there for the chief of police on purpose, strategically, to show that, number one, I support good police. I'm not anti-police. I'm anti-bad police. And obviously, Chief Bryant didn't share that with, the other men, because I want that example to be an example. So when push comes to shove, and when they're given a choice between following unlawful orders and fear of retaliation, that they will do the right thing, like Officer Stout did. And the Officer Contreras had no interest in watching the video. He was just basically waiting until I moved on from talking with him. And when I hypothetically gave him that question, which I had no idea, but actually he would have an opportunity to make the right choice. And when I said, if you are given unlawful orders to remove me from the meeting or to arrest me or any of my colleagues, meaning, anyone there, Mikey or Edward or anyone, would you do the right thing and protect our rights like Officer Stout? Or would you be a conformist and follow Arthur's? And he immediately said, without hesitation, my family comes first. And that's what I said. How dare you? That's not your role as a police officer for your family to come first.
That really shocked me, honestly. Like, you're really going to publicly, on video, come out and just say the quiet part out loud. Okay, fine,
Yeah. And then I said, you're not here to put your family first. No different than if you go into the military and you're in the middle of a battle. You don't run away from the battlefield and from the enemy to say, well, my family comes first. I can't, it's got to be soldier safety, soldier safety.
Yeah.
No, there's no soldier safety. You fight the freaking enemy to win.
Exactly. Exactly. It's the same argument. We could have had a government shutdown a couple days ago. People wouldn't have gotten paid. They still would have had to follow orders. You cannot throw things in front of your oath to, like, it's constantly being shown that these different departments, whether it be the military or the police, are being under attack or under siege by so many different reasons, and not the literal reason of that people aren't respecting the oath. They don't respect the oath that they're taking.
Well, he could have called you back too. He could have taken the time to actually call you back, but he didn't do that.
Right.
Oh, that would be unprofessional.
I know he's a scumbag, but if he was more savvy politically and more intelligent, and thank God he's not, because he shows his true colors, he would have immediately called me back and said, Leroy, thank you so much for highlighting my department. I have gotten dozens or hundreds of calls, whatever it is, supporting us. and encouraging all of our officers to act the same when given that an unlawful directive. And even if he didn't mean any of it, he could have called me back. He was smart
like I said to you the other day, Leroy, even if these people don't mean what they say, you got to fake it. You got to at least fake it. Play the role. Reach out. Keep an open line of communication, at least.
But I'm glad he didn't do it because we want the true them. And just like Edward, you were saying, you thought, because they were being extra nice and they moved the barrier. So now it wasn't a barrier between us and the council people. It was all a show. And Coyle, because he messed up, I called him on his shit. I wanted my time. He interrupted my time. It was still my 30 seconds. They reduced it by 33%. I don't want to reduce by 43% or 45%. And
leave
then
that alone. You don't want to return to that business after, like, if they were to give you that 30 seconds after you just went through yelling and screaming and arguing with people, I wouldn't want the 30 seconds. I'd be like, okay, you guys need to give me 15 minutes to calm down and collect my thoughts. I'm not jumping right back up there after you just riled me up and gaslit me.
No, I was good. I was good with continuing right away.
There you go. Okay, you're better than me. It's you don't go to those meetings, I imagine, to deal with that stuff. You want to be able to calmly get your thoughts across, and not have to deal with that much. Yeah,
that happens all over the place. And the thing is, we have to all stand our ground. And it doesn't mean everyone's got to take an arrest. That's not the point. But I was going to. I was absolutely willing to, because strategically it made sense to do that. But I went in a free man. I stood up against them. I demanded my time. I stood up to the scumbag chief of police and the conformist neo-Nazi cops there, and they backed off. They stood down, and I left a free man as well.
Yeah, no, you did awesome, Leroy.
Good
Thank
on
you,
man. And continually do well as you're continuing to follow, a paper trail, chain of command, all of that. Good on you. You're doing what you're supposed to do and how things are supposed to be done.
Thank you. And the thing is, when I stand up for our rights, I'm standing up for your rights. And when you stand up for my rights, when you don't stand down when they try to intimidate you, you're standing up for my rights as well. And every single American, including the scumbags who hate our freedoms, hate the Constitution, and want to be in control. So it helps all of us, when any of us stands up.
I won't say who. I was in the car the other day leaving a shoot with someone, and they were telling me, you got to ease up with the political posts and, the pushes and stuff like that, because people are going to use that against you. I'm like, silence begets no one, man. Like, you don't call this stuff out, then, people are going to just buy into the lies. And the more people you say that to, the less people are saying real shit. Like, that's just, it's a bad attitude to have, especially in this environment.
You're absolutely right. And I continue to be inspired so much by the people I've been meeting, by my new friends, Mikey and Edward and myself, and connecting with you, because you all speak so well and so eloquently and so clearly and so committedly to create the boundaries that they are constantly trampling on. And being quiet, and everyone has their own style, of course, but just being like following their perspectives of decorum. Okay, council people, now would you please let us bring the American flag, and would you please give me my 30 seconds back? No, yes. Okay, all right, but thank you for violating me.
I'm not doing that. That's the kind of energy I bring when I'm going to bed.
Right, no. But that's what they want. See, that's what they want. And sometimes people will say, "Oh, Leroy, you're too loud," or Mikey or Edward, whatever it may be. Mm-hmm. No, you're too freaking quiet. I'm not going to play by their fucking rules, to put it really bluntly. I very rarely swear.
I take that attitude very, very minimally in life, and it's mostly on a casual basis where I'm enjoying myself, but never when I'm fighting. Never, ever, ever.
What's that?
It's sheep. They're sheep. And the people who will continue to just go along with this stuff to keep their head low, you're going to see more and more people, raise up and say, maybe not say directly, I was wrong. I put my eggs in the wrong basket, but you're definitely going to see a lot of people who more definitively leaned in one direction speak up and say, yeah, this is not okay, but not owning the fact that that's where they laid their eggs in the first place.
Right. Yeah, you're absolutely right. And one of the things that I've been creating is a model that I want to teach all across the country. I'm in the process of buying a van or a small motorhome, probably a really comfortable van, travel all over the country, and you're all invited. And I'm going to go to different cities, and I get dozens and dozens and dozens of emails every week, literally begging me, please, Leroy, come here every town USA, come, Minneapolis, come here, all over the country. And none of us can be everywhere, but we can teach what we do, teach the model and each person's going to have their own personality they'll communicate with. I don't want them to be like me or like you. I want them to be them, but they have to be the bigger, larger, more confident leader, alpha of themselves to be effective. And they have to each go to their local council meetings, township meetings, board meetings, whatever they are, and they need to speak truth to corruption, expose it, and start organizing locally and be relentless. You can't just go to one meeting and create some kerfuffle and leave. Nothing's going to change. And that's what they're relying on. They're not relying upon a relentless, constant, consistent until we win.
Yeah, and then once you have that, it's wild to see how, with such, in some instances, such a small amount of effort with such great gain. I still can't believe that the township of Edison banned the flag. Just a couple times going out there after watching Crystal be walked all over, couple of good attempts of efforts, and boom, before you know it, a bomb went off.
Right. Yep. And they're always unforced errors. Yeah, always. Like Coyle, if he kept his freaking mouth shut for 30 seconds, it would have been, it would have been a meeting. Everyone would have spoken, you all would have spoken. But
well, you know what?
But what I'm saying, because Coyle couldn't keep his mouth shut and he didn't trust other adults, he was trying to control other adults from exercising their own minds and their own conscience to raise their hand or not. That's what pulled the curtain away on their still, they hate our freedoms. They were playing nice for the cameras and to the public to attempt to fool us. That didn't fool me though, but to attempt to fool most people to thinking they changed, that they learned the lesson. And I know they didn't. They were just trying to make believe they did. And because of what Coyle did, and I held them accountable to that, it showed their true colors. That's who they are.
Yeah, I think what Coyle was attempting to do there was strategic for himself. He has to, the mayor, if the mayor says, why didn't you say anything, or whatever it may be or whatever, he was able to essentially play both sides. He was able to protect the mayor in that moment, but also then sound like the good guy by giving it back. He dropped the bomb. The whole thing blew up and he sat there recording it. He was the last one out of the room.
Right. Yes. And like, why does he have to record? We got 15 recordings
for the mayor. That's why he couldn't leave.
Right. For the mayor. Exactly. And here's the thing. He interrupted me, took time away from me. However, he strategically gave it back. And that's, that was, my ace in the hole. He gave it back. And even if he didn't, it was still my time. Even if he didn't give it back, it still belonged to me, that 30 seconds. Sure. And so, but it just made it clear for any possible arrest. No, he recognized me. He said, give him his 30 seconds back. He's the one who taketh away. He's the one who giveth back. So.
Yep.
Those are the comments that matter. Those are the things you prolong that matter. Saying you touched me openly doesn't do anything. It doesn't do anything. What you're doing, that's the paper trail that matters. Absolutely.
Right.
Yo, Leroy, that was so funny when you grabbed the microphone out of the cop's hand.
He had no right to take it. It was in my proximity, and I still had the floor. I'm waiting for them to get back from recess to immediately re-engage in my 30 seconds.
And the other guy grabbed your camera.
Yeah, that's a whole nother problem. He turned it away from recording.
Yeah, I seen it. And right after he touched you, he did touch you. Everybody started saying, you said, do not touch me. Everyone started screaming, do not touch him. Then he grabbed the camera and turned it a little bit.
That's a breaking of the law too. Is that prior restraint or something? He's not allowed to touch my camera and to turn it away from recording what was going on between him and I.
Yeah.
That's so what are you going to do about that? What he did?
Say it again.
What are you going to do? What are you going to do about it?
Well, I'm going to see what laws he broke and what type of possible lawsuits I can bring, or charges as well. So I got attorney.
Good for you. Okay. Keep fighting.
Leroy, I'm going to get arrested next week in Dover, most likely.
What do you mean? What?
Yeah, because I said Sergio, he beats up homeless guys, the councilman, Sergio Rodriguez. I said, you have little dick energy. And I was kicked out of the meeting for saying little dick energy. The mayor kicked me out.
Well, if I go to that meeting, I'm not sure that I'll be there, but if I do, first thing I'm going to say, hey, I hear you have big dick energy. And let's see if he kicks me out. I'll be like, oh, Leroy, thank you. And we know obviously he has a little dick because he wouldn't have been offended by saying he had little dick energy. So
What a shit show.
Real Scrooge energy, that guy.
But the cop grabbed me, and I had a spasm because he twisted me, and I went down. And I made sure an ambulance had to come because I had to make sure I was going to get up, and I got up. And sure enough, they went to recess.
oh God.
Yeah, of course.
Yep, same playbook, different town.
Same day though. Same day too. Ed was funny.
Same day.
Something special in
And,
here.
and as I'm sitting in that meeting on Tuesday night, I show Lefty. Lefty's sitting next to me. I sent a communication to the mayor of Dover earlier in the day, and he winds up blocking me on Facebook.
Oh my God.
Deleted a post. He did something because Lefty watched me do it in the meeting. So I'm like, wow, this guy's violating my rights from another part of the state. We got these guys here in Edison who are out of line. Doesn't slow down.
Yeah.
Don't skip a beat.
No, and also I got to go. But looking ahead, we got the Union City, New Jersey meeting, 7 p.m. January 7th, Tuesday. So any of you can join that. That will be priceless to have your inspiration, your charisma, your passion, and the main thing that it's January 7th, Tuesday, in Union City. And the main thing that I want to get accomplished is that Mayor Stack, who hand selects the Board of Education, they used to be voted in, but he changed that. So he hand picks them to his crony positions, and he told them to hire an alleged rapist to be the safety coordinator of 11,000 children in Union City schools. And I've been in contact with the survivor, and she used to be a police dispatcher. And this is an egregious story. Is he was first sexually harassing her. He was a sergeant named Sergeant Sergio de Rojas. And when you look at him, you can he looks like alleged rapist, shall we say. And he was sexually harassing her hugely, like going to her home. She's married. She got a freaking husband. Going to her home, parking the car, sending her hundreds of texts, and asking her to give him oral pleasure, shall we say. I'm saying it way more elegantly than he said to her. And that went on for months. And she is begging the chief of police, who was named Chief Everett at the time, please transfer me. She can't take it. This is so wrong. And they said, no, we're not transferring you. Like 2 or 3 months later, he corners her in a satellite police trailer in Union City. It's only him and her there, and he forces her to perform oral sex on him, and there's semen all over the chair. She then does a complaint to the chief of police and to Mayor Brian Stack, and demands, and it was, I got the complaint, someone leaked it to me, and I've been in direct contact with her for like the last 6 months, so, and I believe her. And she demanded that the chair be preserved and tested for DNA of the semen of Sergeant de Rojas so that he can be found, guilty. And Mayor Stack, according to my sources, had the chair destroyed to protect him. And he had the chair thrown out into a dumpster. I have a witness who saw that chair in the dumpster. And they then retaliated against her. And she got a lawyer that turned out he worked for Brian Stack, and screwed her over. And they did do $100,000 settlement, which she should have had millions. And he totally screwed her over. He got $60,000. She got $40,000. A few weeks later, knock on her and her husband's door. Knock, knock, knock. Building inspector. Hey, you got an illegal apartment here. $30,300 fine. And then because she kept such good records that her place was grandfathered in. They did have an apartment, but it was not illegal. It was grandfathered in. She was able to show that it was grandfathered in. Still cost her over $10,000 in lawyer fees. So Stack couldn't just leave it alone, and with a fraction of the settlement that she would have been due, he had to then try to get the money back to make sure she knew who was in charge. I mean, it's sick. And they even after all I've been doing to expose this guy, who is, by the way, she's retaliated against, quits her job eventually. She couldn't take it anymore, moves out of the state. He gets promoted to lieutenant. He retires September 1st of this year. October 1st, bam, they appointed him as the safety coordinator. I think he's making like 80 to 100 grand. And so that's the main focus that I'm asking for everyone to talk at the meeting about, that, demanding that the Lieutenant de Rojas be immediately fired, and also that there be an immediate investigation opened up into the alleged rape, and also that every single member of the Board of Education be resigned, and that they be investigated as well for hiring. There's everyone knows this story, especially because I've been sharing it for 8 months now, and that they hired a known alleged rapist only because Stack told him to. So,
and
Where is
this,
you know where this lady is now? Where is
she's
she
out
now?
of state. I don't want to say where she
Okay.
is. She doesn't live in the state.
No, you don't have to say where she is, but you know you do.
and
Yeah,
I mean,
I've been in regular contact with her, and she's extraordinarily grateful for my support, because no one believed her initially, in the government, but her friends did, because she had been talking about it for months, the harassment leading up to what happened, and it was totally preventable, and they set her up.
This is unfortunately the green light that has been lit within our world right now, as far as assault and just the sexual component of people. Like Leroy, I can tell right off the bat, like, you're like me, you're someone that any issue like this, any accusation thrown up, you first look at it objectively and think of any devil's advocate you can play just for the sake of argument. And the one thing that stops you in this situation constantly, like me, is the thought that they could have just kept it in their pants, and that it's some either sickness or lack of control or what have you, but it ruined her life. Either temporarily or forever. But just because this person couldn't, I don't know, take 30 minutes, go home, pop one off there, and then come back to work. Maybe you get written up for improper leaving of work. I don't know. But her life would still be intact. Like,
yeah, well, you know what? I'm going to say something, okay? And I'm sure you heard this before. You know, this is what's been normalized, okay? So everybody voted in this person that also sexually assaults women all the time, right? So this is normalized. Everybody thinks that, you know, this is why women don't come forward, because of this kind of treatment. I just went through a thing with a stalker. I had my attorney. I said, listen, I'm ready to press charges any day now. I have everything, you know, that's on my phone that he sent me, you know, but you know, it's like, you know, you just want to run for your life because you get harassed, you know.
That's what they bet on. They bet that they can intimidate you. But
they don't stop.
But here's the thing. It's not exclusive to Trump. I'm not Republican, Democrat. I actually am registered Democrat, though I'm not. And I was registered, you know, way back when Obama was running, because I wanted our country to finally get past race. And so I was initially very excited about Obama winning. And I was a registered, I think, libertarian or independent. But in New York State, where I was living at the time, you had to be registered Democrat to vote in the primary. So I registered back in 2004, maybe, or 2006. And then shortly after Obama was in office, I was like, this guy isn't who he was. He was sold to us as what his ideas were. And so whether it's Democrat, Republican, remember Bill Clinton, he also allegedly raped Juanita Broderick, got away with it. And I've studied a lot of that. I believe her. So it's not unique to Trump. I mean, it's going on with politics and politicians for generations.
Aside, who was that senator in New Jersey who's going through that stuff with the gold bars? Like, it's on both sides. I said this the other week when someone was on. Throughout history, every leader, you cannot leave one aside, has not had some sort of issue pressed against him that was subjective. Even Jesus. It's just, you're gonna have people who don't like people. That's just the plain and simple. And we really have to look at like what they're objectively offering right up front and believe what they say.
But we got to look at, again, we got to protect women. As men,
yes,
we have to protect women. And again, I always look critically, are they lying? Because there are women who lie. It's a fraction of the women who report. The huge majority that in my studies and research has shown the huge majority, it did happen to them. Then you have some women who are looking to gain or get hurt someone. They've been slighted or something, and they're lying. But the huge majority are telling the truth. And the women that I've come in contact with are telling the truth. And one last thing is, as I know what they went through, because as I've shared, is that I was sexually assaulted and abused as an altar boy for 4 years from 7 years old. And so I know what all of that is like, and attempting to get justice. And I've been fighting the Catholic Church for 33 years, and they have been lying, they've been covering up, but they didn't plan on me because I don't stop, I don't give up, I'm relentless. And after 33 years, I finally did a deposition this past summer. So I'm suing the hell out of everyone, even Cardinal Dolan in New York. I went to see him personally, and this became a pretty big story. I was on NBC TV Channel 4, 6 o'clock news twice a few years ago as a leader of the bill to get the Child Victims Act passed in New York State, so that anyone who was sexually assaulted or abused by anyone, a priest, family member, teacher, rabbi, whoever, can at least civilly sue. And so we got it passed after 10 years of not getting passed. And Cardinal Dolan spent over $2 million lobbying to kill the Child Victims Act. So I went to see him, and I had Fox News and other outlets outside the Archdiocese. I went to see him at the Archdiocese in New York. They couldn't come in because it's private property. But I went in, and when I went in there, initially the people were so warm, they didn't know who I was. They said, "Hey, welcome. How can we help you? Welcome to the Archdiocese of New York. Cardinal Dolan is our cardinal, and Jesus on earth here." And I said, "Oh, I'm here to meet with Cardinal Dolan, and I want to talk with him directly about that I was sexually assaulted by a priest for 4 years, and him and the other priests and cardinals have been covering this up for over 30 years. And immediately they changed their attitude and became mean, rude, and they called a security guard who smelled completely like NYPD present or retired, who got right into my face, right to my space, and told me I had to leave, and I don't back down. He was like twice my size. I don't give a shit. You hit a guy hard enough in the balls, he's going down, put it bluntly. And so I'm not backing up. Finally, he backs up. I said, "I want to talk to the cardinal." And they said, "Oh, he's not here. He's not here." And I think he wasn't, but they sent down the spokesman, Joe Zwilling. And when I said, "Okay, here's what I want. I want a meeting as soon as humanly possible with the cardinal." And then he asked me, "Am I recording?" "Yes, of course." "I'm not going to talk to you. I'm not going to talk to you." "What are you afraid of? You're supposed to be the moral agency, the moral compass of the world here. What are you afraid of?" I'm not saying Cardinal Dolan's the guy who did it, but he's the guy who's in collusion covering this stuff up. And he wouldn't talk to me.
Put the camera away.
Yeah, and I wouldn't. And then I said, here is a letter. I want you to give this to Cardinal Dolan. I hand wrote my cell number on it, and I said he needs to call me as soon as he gets this letter. That was 5 years ago. I still don't have a call. And that's the scumbag nature of the church, governments. They will say they hate those crimes, those heinous crimes, sexual assault of women and children. But when it comes push to shove, if one of their own does it, they will go to the ends of the earth to protect that rapist, that sexual assaulter, and to attempt to vilify the survivor who's coming forth to attempt to get justice.
And Leroy, I know you have to go, so I just want to say two things. Catching off here, you see my Instagram on there. I'd love to talk to you more about my story with this as well. That whole thing resonates with me on such a crazy level, and I sympathize with you. And I applaud you for your bravery. That's an incredible story you just told there, and I again applaud you for continuing to fight this. And just want to say that unfortunately, this is like a fight that we're going to have to be fighting in the foreseeable future. I can tell you right now, we had that report released on Matt Gaetz on Friday or whenever that was released. That would have gotten a completely different reaction 10 years ago. A huge uproar. And the minimal whispers I'm hearing about it now, basically between me and my best friend about how disgusting and abhorrent it is, that kind of behavior, that's the sound of it being normalized. And it's something we have to keep speaking up against.
Yep, and we want to unnormalize it. And the last thing I want to share is I'm committed to helping the survivor who alleges that Sam Joshi raped her. And I believe her. And I've talked with her extensively. I interviewed her. You've probably all seen the interview. And Councilman Brescher believes her.
Yeah, exactly. That's the other thing is Brescher believes her as well. Yeah.
Right. And we were messaging back and forth. In fact, right before I was on here. And she's a wonderful woman. And she was thanking me and all of us for making, as she said, making some waves now to get people to pay attention. And we're just getting started because the council, they don't do the investigation, but they can demand the Middlesex County prosecutor initiate and appoint an independent investigator. It can't be done internally because the same thing will happen that happened a few years ago. We have to have someone independent, ideally a Republican. And again, I'm not political. I'm not Republican or Democrat, but I just say that because they have to be antagonistic to the powers that be. Otherwise, they're not going to get a fair investigation.
Leroy, you strike me as the same type of person as I am. You don't go left, you don't go right. You go for what's right and what's real. That's
exactly
what's right. Call out if something's going to be called out, you're going to call it out. You shouldn't have to be afraid to call out a rapist, an attacker, things like that. You shouldn't have to face that kind of whiplash from people.
Hey, they don't call him Leroy Truth for nothing.
I hope you reach out to me. I'd love to add my voice to your voice and speak to this cause because it is an abhorrent behavior that is being normalized, and it's going to get worse if we don't keep doing something.
Exactly. And I invite all of you to be on my show as well. I'm going to do a live stream, not this week, but next week, and we'll pick a day at a time and have this open discussion on my YouTube channel. And
I'd love to be there.
Keep this out there. And the bottom line, I've called the Middlesex County prosecutor twice. What's her name? Yolanda Chacon, I believe. She's refused to call me back, but she doesn't know Leroy Truth. She doesn't know Mikey. She doesn't know Edward and everyone else here. And Bucket Man, we're not going to give up. The squeaky wheel absolutely gets the grease here. And we're not stopping until justice is served. So,
she knows me, brother.
I know. I know
she knows me. Specifically, I called and left a message on their answering machine. I told her some very nasty words that I'm not going to repeat here.
And we need to get lots of messages. We need to have hundreds.
Mikey will back me up on that. He didn't hear it, but he knows. He knows once I start dropping those F-bombs.
Leroy, you froze there.
Oh yeah, he did.
Jersey, I hope you're doing well. I hope you had a good holiday. And yeah, thank you, Jimmy. Yeah, nothing more American than talking about freedom and calling out those who want to rip it away from us. That's just the plain and simple truth.
The whole thing with Edison has been the most like American, like democratic, like process in coming out, voicing your opinion, seeing things. Just the whole thing has been.
I guess Leroy got disconnected, so I just want to say,
Leroy's still out of the feed.
Leroy, I applaud your bravery. I hope you reach out to me. I'd love to share my story and as well add my voice to what you're doing here. And keep moving forward, dude. You're awesome.
And anyone who isn't subscribed to Leroy Truth, who's listening, Leroy Truth Investigations, go like, share, and subscribe. He's the man.
I'll do that now.
In any way I can help, and just so that you know, I used to run the rape center in Newark at Newark Beth. So I have a lot of, I have a lot of other experience with this kind of thing. So
Sue, same to you. I'm always a voice available to that kind of conversation.
Well, maybe 2025 will be the year where a lot of these people get exposed for the things that they've done.
We hope. Yeah.
We can only hope, right?
Yep. But we have to. But see, the problem is people fall off, the wagon, and they don't want to be involved anymore. And that's the whole thing with having a concise group like this. Feeling strongly about something and going with it with whatever it takes. But it's hard. It's hard. But you know what? We could do it. We could do it. It's just a lot of work.
Any of this stuff's going to be work that we're approaching within 2025. That's just the plain and simple. Whether it be cannabis, advocacy against rape, holding on to freedom, that it's going to be a challenge. It's going to be repetition. It's going to be a lot of saying the same thing over and over again. And plain and simple, you're going to have people in your life tell you, don't do that, don't say that. Well, you clearly have never watched a Revolution movie. Sorry. And if you watch the Revolution movie and you're thinking January 6th, you tone it down, chill.
Those are some of the bigger challenges that need to be had. But in terms of Edison, for the council people, Councilwoman Harris, if you're even listening to this, perhaps, and you wind up presiding over these meetings, it's real simple. It's 4 minutes. This is some of the smaller. These are easy fixes. These ones are so simple, and they would be drastically have a better outcome. Just let people have their 4 minutes. It's real simple. Some of these bigger issues, hopefully, they get solved over time. But I like to see the needle sway in that direction. The next
meeting. That light vote, everyone, and I agree absolutely. But it is interesting though how a lot of the big issues are tied in. Like you said, this is like the biggest freedom movement, like the most patriotic thing happening within Edison right now. It's like a fight against for freedom and for being able to brandish the American flag. Greeddom is the opposite of freedom. Frauds who hold public office and law enforcement fight for greeddom.
Damn.
It's. I mean, I agree. I definitely agree with the sentiment. I do think though that I'm learning a lesson. If anything, I learned a lesson through 2024 is that if you can call something out that's absurd, you got to be very careful though in this day and age how you do it, so you don't sound like you're just. You have to pander to people's misunderstandings and nonsense, because you call out something simple like any of the rhetoric that's been shouted out over the past year, and people will think, oh well, that's all you're harping on, or you're obsessing, or you're vilifying, or whatever. And it's a very 2024 has taught me anything. It's a very delicate line you have to walk as far as advocating some of these bigger issues.
Oh, hell yeah. We got Vinny from South Jersey News in the group.
What's going on, guys? How you doing?
What's up, brother?
Hope you had a good holiday. How you doing?
Merry Christmas, guys. Happy New Year's as well.
Vinny.
Merry Christmas.
Happy Hanukkah to anybody else as well.
Yes, everyone. To all factions of all holidays.
That's right.
Stuff the turducken.
I just hopped in this podcast. I just said what's up to Christo. He gave me the link to join in. I wasn't sure what you guys were talking about.
So we were just wrapping up or continuing off a conversation. We had Leroy Truth on here talking about his scuffle at the Edison town meeting. I don't know if you saw the clip on the
I did. I was actually watching Lefty's channel at the end, and I saw that scuffle with Scalzo photo, and the chief of police went crazy.
And it's it's abhorrent. Being what's your take on it? What's your take on it? He asked a simple question.
What's your take on that, Vinny?
Well, I mean, it was funny to watch because it was like Scalzo was like, my fat touched you. I mean, it was I don't know. I think he was trying to gaslight, as Christo was probably saying, like trying to make a big deal out of nothing. And then at the end, I don't know if you guys saw that, but he went up to the guy from New Brunswick today. What's his name? Charlie Cradaville, and he said, "I hope you're happy you caused all this." You know, so I thought that was interesting.
More
Did you happen to see the
gaslighting.
clip that
It
started all of
wasn't.
it?
It wasn't. It's not what New Brunswick today did. It's what they've been doing to the people, which caused all this. So I thought that was funny.
Yeah, it's like what he's really saying to Charlie in that moment is, "I hope you're happy with the fact that all of your footage has been the reason for why everyone sees this." That's what you're
Yeah,
really
because you
saying.
took all your footage down,
Yeah,
and they still can't get it right.
and now at this point, there's 7 feeds of it.
It's insane.
Now, but did you watch the preceding question that led into all of that Leroy stated?
I didn't. So I
So-
only got to see the end.
So he simply posed the question, a very human and morally, clean question. Raise your hand if you think rape of a woman is wrong.
Mm-hmm.
Then all that happened.
I'll raise my hand.
Yeah, that's fair. I was just saying this before, and
Then that
cops
happened.
putting
Yeah,
a paycheck. Obviously, if you heard one of those cops say, like, "I have the family to think about," when he asked him if you're going to, say you're uncomfortable with this action, the fact that your salary is coming into question before your oath is extremely troubling.
you know what? You know what I thought was very interesting. It happened at least twice, maybe 3 times. The lawyer steps in, and it happened with Lefty also. That was the second time. Maybe a third, maybe not. But when it was talking about restoring some time, both times the attorney goes, "That would be in violation of an ordinance." You guys banned the flag. What ordinance are you trying to hold to right now?
Yeah,
You're
so,
worried about violating some ordinance? What ordinance? You guys banned
to give,
everything.
because it was you, Lefty, that was interrupted. It was you, right?
They broke quorum. They walked right out on him.
Yeah.
It wasn't even a legal meeting
Yeah.
at that moment.
Yeah, they walked out on me and messed me all up.
That's crazy, dude.
That
is crazy. I liked your song, by the way.
That song was great.
Thank you. What the hell, Patel? What the hell, Patel?
Yeah.
Oh,
Loved it.
Lefty, tell him about what you're going to do at the next meeting with the doll.
I will be at the next meeting.
Oh, good. I'm going to bring a puppet, and I'm going to ask the chief to show me on the puppet where his belly touched you.
Yes, that would be great.
Yes, it's going to be amazing. It's going to it's not going to end cleanly, but it's going to be brilliant to catch on camera.
Yeah, maybe put like a couple of colored like red dots on it, and then you could be like, between A and F, which one closely resembles the spot where his belly attacked you? Was it more like A or was it more like C in this region?
Just like, was it here? Was it here?
Lefty, whenever you get a chance, play some clips from New Brunswick today.
Yeah, can we watch that? Are we able to watch that? Because I mean, I felt like the chief walked up to Scalzo, and then the chief got freaked out. It's like, oh, whoa,
Benny, you saw the shortened video.
I saw the shortened one, man.
When you see the video a
I've
little
been
longer,
so busy with Christmas and the kids, and I haven't really had the time. And,
How was your holiday,
I'm sorry.
by the way?
Huh?
How was your holiday?
Holiday was good. I have 3 kids. I have a 7, a 5, and a 2-year-old. So it's just crazy chaos.
See, that's a hardcore Christmas for you.
Yeah.
That's a 2 hours, maybe 1 hour of sleep Christmas.
Exactly.
I was just talking to my mom about this while Lefty pulls this up the other day. And we were talking about this on Christmas Eve, and I was saying, like, I've talked about this at multiple retail jobs I've had. The parents don't have to Christmas like my parents had to Christmas. My parents stood in line for the Wii, for the N64. That they Black Friday'd in the 90s. Y'all with your Amazon nowadays, y'all don't know what you're dealing with. Like, come on. You got to be. People have no idea how grateful they should be right now. Is the ease of shopping.
I will say this about Black Friday. Black Friday is not what it used to be, and I do miss going out into the lines, and even going to, like, I don't know if you're a gamer or anything like that, but even going to like GameStop at midnight. You don't get to do that anymore.
No, they don't. It's since COVID, it's been an excuse for so many businesses to cut that out of the equation. I will say this though. there are still certain select
I like
GameStop
Mikey. I like your cat.
Oh, the baby.
Yeah, the baby.
Mine's somewhere sleeping right now. There
Sorry
are
to
still
cut you off. I'm sorry.
No, you're good. There are still certain select GameStops that will do midnight releases.
Yes.
I know Old Bridge did the Pokemon midnight release and the
did
new
they?
Zelda.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. Nobody does that stuff anymore, so I'm glad to see that that's still continuing on. I guess in small batches.
I mean, like it's like you said, nowhere where it used to be, where you'd go for like, oh, why? It's like, why is everyone here at GameStop at midnight, and why do you
Yeah.
have a stroller? Oh, your
But that was
child's
like
in
a
there
whole
too?
experience, you know?
Yeah, shopping ain't what it used to be. Like, and the other thing is too, like, even in the later years of Black Friday, you didn't find the rare gem deals that you used to find.
No.
Like, there used to be like a definitive promise that if you were out, you got up early, braved through the crowds and everything, you were guaranteed to find something. You weren't promised exactly what it was, but there was going to be something of like great value there. Let's play this.
Here we go.
This is Leroy's prelude to getting.
For rape a woman in Edison, New Jersey. Show it clear hands.
Let me back up.
Have to stay out of prison. And since you've taken 2 minutes of our time away today, by show of hands, how many of you, after 2 weeks, say it is wrong for a man to rape a woman in Edison, New Jersey? Show it clear hands.
Council President, point of order.
Stop talking! I'm talking, Paul Doyle. Thank you, Harris. Now, how many of you are willing to investigate Mayor Sam Joshi for the allegations of rape? Stop! Give me my time back. I want 30 seconds back. I want 30 seconds. Lawyers, stop talking. I want 30 seconds back. How many of you are willing to investigate Sam Joshi? Too late. Marco Harris, good job. You were the only one with courage here. And you interrupted me.
Your time is up.
Your time is up. And I want my 30 seconds back.
Your time is up.
He interrupted me.
Take this as a
He interrupted me.
Continue, I will have you removed. Please
do it.
Okay.
Let's just give it 30 seconds.
No, the time is up, sir.
Thank you, Councilmember Coyle. No. He interrupted me. I was speaking.
Please remove him.
I was speaking. Now this is your opportunity to stand down. He interrupted me. I want my 30 seconds back. And Coyle, get your hands off me.
Why are you touching him? Why are you touching him?
Coyle said I can have 30 seconds back. Stand down.
Hold on one second, Mike.
Coyle said I get 30 seconds back.
Stop. Hold on one second.
Gee, these are the piece of garbage cops here
Stop.
that will do unconstitutional things.
Will you stop?
To a free man.
Will you stop? I'm trying to help you out here. Relax for a second, okay?
Recess?
It's all right.
This is recess.
No, it's not all
Speak
right.
freely now. It's recess.
Right, it's recess.
See, they're ridiculous.
You created a shit show once again. And Coyle actually did the right thing here.
No, the police can make
You
made every decision wrong. You're gonna let Mr. tell me.
After a
I wish I was at
Jews
this fucking
celebrating
meeting, guys.
a good police officer here. And these guys, again, are going to violate my rights. Now we're at recess, so they have so stand down. You have no.
Does he have 30 more seconds to speak?
I don't know. I don't know if he doesn't.
They said they were going to let him sit down. They didn't actually.
I think you get 30 more seconds. I think you're recognized, so I don't think you should. I don't think they can remove you.
No.
Unless they're breaking their constitutional oath, and they can remove you. And they'll do it on camera.
Contrary, you did it. You're putting your family. You're putting unlawful orders against the Constitution.
You have to leave the podium.
So let's relax, sir.
Why?
Because you're disrupting the meeting.
There is no meeting. They're in recess. How?
It was already called before that.
Can you believe this?
It was already called before that.
No, I could stand here. I could stand here. I could stand here. They're in recess right now. Is that true?
You rejected from the meeting.
No, I was not.
You rejected from the meeting.
Councilman Coyle recognized me. Stop.
No, they went to recess.
Stand down.
They didn't say that he's removed.
You guys are really going to
I am
violate
not
your
removed from this
constitutional
meeting.
oath?
They call a recess.
It's also funny how none of these cops, when they went to go grab something, aren't fully committing to the action. They're like waiting to see if they can get like a quick grab in and then just like steal it away.
Councilman Coyle, he recognized my additional 30 seconds, and then they took a recess. So now there is no meeting happening. I'm just a man sitting in a public area. That's all I'm doing here.
Opportunity to do the right thing, guys. Ms. Patel no longer runs the
You're a
rule.
little
moment. The Constitution runs the rule.
This is going to go national, guys. Do the right thing.
I mean, after the flag banning, and you still do this. After my video goes viral, has almost 250,000 views, showing a police officer do exactly what you didn't do.
What about domestic violence, overdoses, car accidents?
So good, stand down and go take care of domestic violence and car accidents.
About this. I can't. I'm here right now, right? And I'm
The
dealing
reason
with
we're not
You have nothing to do. You have nothing to do with me. This is what you're doing. You need to do this.
Shut your fucking mouth. Don't gaslight him.
Okay, you're right.
You see, he's trying to set him up. Shut your fucking mouth.
This was right. This was always
And don't shake your head at me.
This is a recess right now. You have nothing
by not being responsive to his emotion. Like this is called passion and emotion. Emotion when I was speaking with him earlier. He just
Right, so what's the issue? What's the problem with 30 more seconds?
Happy holidays to
30
you,
more seconds.
Ireland.
Councilman gave me 30 more seconds. Coyle, who interrupted me, he gave me 30 more seconds.
Yeah,
Let him speak for 30 seconds. What's the big deal?
The right thing.
I believe you're recognized still. You're legally recognized for 30 more seconds.
Right,
Legally.
because Councilman Coyle, who is the one who interrupted me, he recognized and
Yes.
said, give him back 30 seconds.
You have your 30 seconds.
Right, they said they can't talk while you're speaking. Did you? Interrupt you?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
You're trying to follow their rules.
And this scumbag cop literally is everything wrong with policing. You're everything wrong with policing.
Wow, you see me on a day-to-day basis.
Well, I've seen your interaction.
Stop. You're out of control.
It's a recess.
No, we're talking.
30 seconds.
But you're abusing my cops.
Oh, they've got guns. They're coming up to me.
No,
They're
they're
threatening to
very
remove
kind
me.
to you.
No, they're being violent. They're
They're trying to
I'm not
remove
talking
me.
to you
I'm
either.
trying to unlawfully
Why don't you
remove
sit
me.
down?
They're
Why
trying
don't you sit down?
They're trying to unlawfully
Sit
remove
down.
me.
This is recess.
Sit down.
You're not
This
my
is
daddy.
recess.
Sit down.
No.
You're not my daddy. Can you believe? You're saying sit down.
You're going to absolute
Nobody told me I had
Don't you dare.
You guys need to control yourself.
Nobody's touching
You
you.
gotta control yourself. You
You're not
guys
gonna
are
blow
acting
you.
like
Keep your
you're
hands
just
down.
talking
Video.
an adult conversation.
You're
You're
excited.
an
Why do you
adult
look at me
conversation.
when you say
You're
that?
gonna have to leave.
They did
No, this is a recess.
No, we don't. Exactly. We're in a public area. Period.
What the
Don't
hell?
gaslight us.
You want me to pause the video? Did somebody say pause the video?
No, I say, could you send me the link for this?
Oh,
When we
okay.
come up here, all right? They could have called.
That guy's a psycho.
The meeting.
Why don't you can't sit down? Why don't you sit down and listen?
We're all, it's a recess.
But you're out of control.
So
You guys are out of control.
You guys are out of control.
Psycho when you don't understand words. You don't understand words.
You're out of control. Disrespectful. You're out of control.
We are
Sit
allowed
down.
to be disrespectful.
Sit down.
It's a recess.
You're not acting like a normal human.
Violating their rights is
It's a
disrespectful.
recess.
Sit down.
Everybody stand.
They want to get the meeting started again so we can get back to this.
Well then,
You're a psycho. You're a
Why don't you go sit down?
it hasn't started yet.
Look in the mirror.
You look in the mirror. Wow, you're a child.
We need that energy for the disabled, please, Chief.
You're gonna start with that again?
Yeah, you dropped the ball. You dropped the ball. You dropped the ball. You dropped the ball. You don't care about disabled vets. You're a fraud. You don't care about disabled vets.
You are a fraud.
Fraud.
You're a fraud.
This isn't your meeting.
Council President, do I get my 30 seconds back as Councilman Coyle had?
Alright, may I get a motion to convene? I have a motion to convene by Councilman President. May I have a second?
Not cool. You're out of
Stand up to bullshit.
Councilman Boyer, this
You
motion.
can't control yourself right now.
Spend $100,000 to go after.
You can't control yourself.
Take charges on me?
You can't control yourself.
Motion to adjourn. May I have a second? That's a motion to adjourn by Councilman President, second by Councilman Pointer. All in favor?
That's your fault.
At 8:05 p.m.
You are a shame. You are a shame. Cowards.
This is all fucking tactics. This is bullshit.
Chief Tom Bryan.
You gotta be kidding me.
Chief, you know we're wrong about that. You know you're wrong about that. What you did to disabled people. You know
I'm trying to have a conversation. You can't even have a conversation with
You
me.
never had a
Get your point
conversation with me.
across. I'd love to. I'd love to. They stopped the meeting there. If you would have just sit down and listen, we did to get your point across.
You just sat
You're
down.
out of control.
You're a psycho. You don't understand how human emotions are not.
Don't listen. Don't tell me. Don't. You would have talked to me like a human. I'll have a conversation
I'm
with you.
trying to. You
Forget it.
don't know how to listen.
Can't, guys.
You have terrible communication
I don't
skills.
care what you think. You guys are
You
out of
don't care
control.
what I think. Why not?
You're disrupting the meeting. You're disrupting the meeting.
There's no meeting. I'm just talking to you like a human being, and I project my voice. You can hear me.
You're in a bad position. I get it. You're in a bad position.
Meeting's over, guys. If we can just start clearing out.
Yeah, I get it.
No, this ain't right. Meeting's over.
Right, we're still waiting for everybody else. So
You guys have to go. The meeting's over.
You're the last line of defense for the disabled. You got to do better for the disabled. You have to.
It's time to pack for.
That was terrible. That was terrible.
we gotta go. I know, but why can't you have? I wanted to present this to Christo since I didn't have my time to talk. This is an action figure of Jersey Watcher, one of the best activists in New Jersey. What we do as activists, we give out trophies, we give out awards, we give out certificates for the work we do. Because we are fighting the good fight. They're fighting the bad fight. This is Christo's present. His birthday is tomorrow. This is Wednesday. This is his happy, Merry Christmas birthday present. Like and subscribe. Like, share, and subscribe. Christo, this is for you. For all the work you've done.
Oh shit!
Hey, something good came out of it. I love that. I love that. That's a good. Oh shit! I love that. Oh my god, that's incredible.
Oh man, what the hell?
Not allowing
This is nuts.
That's right. Back off. Don't touch me. No. You rammed into me. Don't touch me. Leave right now. Leave. You got a break now. You put your hands on the chief of police. Leave now.
You touched my belly.
You rammed into me. You pushed right into me.
My belly attacked you?
You saw it.
He said his belly. He said my.
You guys should get a room.
He says my fat belly attacked me. You might get out of control, man.
You keep saying out of control.
Let's go. Your friend rammed into me.
Peter Griffin
Come on,
lives
Why
matter.
are you just yelling at Charlie?
You guys.
I don't get it.
Sir, I believe we're all headed out.
What a coward. I don't get it. Let's take it down. He's the problem now? I just we all do.
Listen, you guys can't have an adult conversation. You're
I would
ridiculous.
love to.
I can't imagine it is.
I'd love to too, but you're out of control. Look what you did.
What did I do?
Meeting.
I didn't do
We
nothing.
didn't stop the meeting. The coward Patel stopped the meeting.
Down, boy side.
You, but not having
But
off
if you
stand
sat
down.
down, we could have
Yeah.
talked.
I had 30 seconds.
The
I
exception
had
of like
30 seconds
You guys
left.
are like-
I was interrupted.
you guys
You're not
are like-
acknowledging
you
that.
guys are like
You're not
violent.
acknowledging that.
You're talking.
You saw
over
the
me. You guys are like
soldiers
violent.
movie.
You're
They
deciding
always have that, and they were
deciding
black
violence.
figures. They didn't-
No, there's not, you're the only one who decided
After
violence.
this, play Charlie's videos.
These armed thugs with guns are the only ones who decided violence.
You guys got
He
to go.
lied.
Craziness.
And then, hey, did you like that? How about the American agenda? I want to know and just have it not be lost. I did like that there was a little bit of Christmas joy at the end there. They gave him that, and he was like, "Oh shit, I got this." I thought that was I don't know, a good palate cleanser to the whole thing. 'Cause
Yeah,
that was,
that moment had like everything in it.
it did. I'm definitely gonna do something about this. That's why I asked Lefty to send me that link. I'm gonna cover this somehow. But yeah, an abhorrent display there altogether. It's sad that a simple question like that, hey, do you think raping someone is bad, led to all of that. And it really speaks volumes to several different issues. So I think it's a very powerful video. And I think it's our duty, all of us, to really push this video and make sure as many people as possible see it. For the simple reason that it is a web of many different issues that are being dealt with in current day society.
You know what's really funny? If you add up all the time that they should have just let things play out, whether it was Leroy's 30 seconds or whether it was the last minute of Christo before being thrown out of a meeting multiple times, them taking the time from 6 minutes, removing it to 4 minutes. I mean, they have lengthened the meetings to such a degree where they probably stifled like 10 to 15 minutes worth of time from people that entered in a national tragedy for them, biggest career black eye on their political careers ever. And it was maybe 10 minutes, maybe 10 to 15 minutes worth of time that they just had to just allow happen. And none of this would be what it is.
I had a question for Christo. So, Christo, they ended the meeting while somebody was still at the podium, and we had other people, other speakers to speak. Is that even legal?
No,
I didn't think so. So,
Wow.
what's our course of action? Are we going to go down to Middlesex County and file something?
Well, file an OPMA lawsuit, but at the end of the day, I asked Charlie about it, and Charlie was like, "Oh, it might cost us $250," but he said he doesn't feel like it could win. He says he feels that their excuse would be, yeah, we let some of the people speak. But even though I don't agree with Charlie's perception of it, but
I mean,
Would it be
between
rational to
us all,
tackle
we
it
can
from a
raise
different angle then?
$250.
Like that I feel like there's definitely I can't articulate it exactly in my head, but this definitely feels like something that civil rights would want to be in, or at least have a voice in.
Yeah, I definitely agree.
I think if some civil rights division saw this, they would say, "Hey, let's talk."
Well, I think their eyes have been on Edison, and in theory, yeah, they should be coming forward in these moments with much more ease.
Can I add to this, guys? Hi, guys. Hi, everybody.
Hello, how
Hi,
are we doing?
Char.
Hope you had a good
Hey, you
holiday.
guys were great. We love you guys. Just so everybody knows, we had put together a really big rally for you guys on the 11th, and it worked out very well. I happened to be one of the coordinators. So, and we love you guys. You know that. And so what I want to say is, if you don't file, it's being swept under the rug. Okay. If you guys can get that 250 or whatever it is to file, the more filings you have in, the better. Because there's going to be some wording in some things that may not catch, but it may catch in a different one. Not only that, but that's stacking. You're stacking them back, right? So if you let them slide, they're winning. Just to let you know. So if you can,
I think the problem is if we lose, I think we're obligated to pay the legal fees. Is that correct, Christo?
say that again.
If we file and then there's a hearing on it when we lose, would we have to pay their
It's the
legal fees?
opposite. It's the opposite. If you win, they have to pay the legal fees.
He's saying if you lose.
If we lose, we have to pay their legal fees.
I don't think so.
it's the people's money they're using anyway.
Yeah, it's the opposite.
People's money.
Okay. All right. So I mean, between us all, I'm sure we can set up a GoFundMe and I'm sure Charlie Cradaville will help us maybe post it online and see if we can get some money going to help file this going. Maybe we can even hire an actual attorney.
And as far as the rally goes and any other event scheduled, I'd love to pitch in, be involved, and help. I do best when coordinated with. So if you reach out, give me the details, let me know. I'd happily lend my voice to this because, as I said before, this is abhorrent. This was led by, and I think it's led by the fact that it was just a simple, very simple question of morals and ethics that was asked. And it led to all of this.
Well, I mean, the problem, and correct me if I'm wrong here, the problem isn't the $250, but the problem is finding a lawyer to represent that case. Unless you're someone who knows how to navigate that system, like a Pat Duff or something, I don't, that's the issue.
I think a little bit of research would have to be done on who would be the appropriate person to appeal to. I could say that there's definitely, from what I've at least heard over coverage, is that there's definitely a nationwide interest amongst legal teams spread across the country that are taking up pro bono cases to fight these kinds of issues.
If anybody's watching here now, I mean, reach out to Jersey Watch or
if it was 3
he's
years
the one
ago,
that's most affected right now with everything.
A Walter Lewers or a CJ Griffin, if it was a few years ago, would be the people to reach out to. I don't believe they're taking these kind of OPMA cases like they were, with now we have these new restrictions on Oprah.
No, it's the Oprah cases they're not taking. The OPMA is a different story.
And I think that brings the point to what Shar said, to even more important. You gotta file and create a paper trail so that when you do find someone, you have a strong case and a strong trail of evidence.
Christo, I thought it was the OPMA they weren't taking anymore.
Guys, when we get to January 20th, we're going to have a whole new ball game. We have to remember that, right? So this is what they're doing all over the United States right now, is that each state has their own things that they're doing. And let's even say they tell you get involved with your your own community. And that's exactly what you're doing here, right? And then what happened was you extended it out to the internet community for help, right? So now you have all these internet guys that are all and that are all had all come together, and the groups and everybody and the people. Now in that meeting, you have to remember you had people from Pennsylvania, Texas, North Carolina. That wasn't just New Jersey. That's all eyes on you right now nationally.
There was a guy from Texas that even came out to the Edison meeting. That was crazy.
Right. You made it to Fox. You made it to all these outlets. Once the algorithm picks you up, when you distribute it, because that's what we do, right? Reporting, right? So once one reporter picks it up on the internet algorithm, then another one will pick it up. And then the bots will start auto-generating, right? That's like the same thing that can happen again. If you raise enough ruckus, and I'm going to tell you what, the original four, I'm going to say that we have that, Mikey, Lefty, Christo, and then the other one, I forget who he is. Is it Dave? No.
Pet Dove?
Yeah. Who went in with
Steve
the
Bronco.
that caused all of this. Because they didn't expect it, right? So the attention was brought to them, which we had said was going to happen if you guys go in there, and now all of a sudden, they don't want to recognize that that's what really caused it, though. They don't want to recognize it. We did, but they don't, right? See how they went with the other two guys that only went and waved a little flag and gave it to them, right? Put them in the front runner. That's what they're doing everywhere. Like they're doing the same thing with CPS. They put Paris Hilton in this all of a sudden. Where did Paris come from? There's been grassroots. Everything has to be done through grassroots. Now the grassroots are starting, but you'll see that they're moving bigger characters in the front to go out and speak, right? With your buffers is basically what's happening, right? So they'll go with somebody in a suit before they'll go with somebody that was wearing that mask. Do you see how they did that? Mm-hmm. Now, do you think that was fair? That's why we brought the attention back to Christo, right, Christo? We made sure, and you guys, you know what I mean? We made sure it came back to the original guys that actually brought the attention. That's what we were looking at, when we came in.
Sure.
Yeah, and to answer, Tyrant Slayer Studios put a question up there before. OPMA stands for the Open Public Meetings Act.
Oh, one thing. Leroy just asked a question. Can you send me his number? You can find Charlie's number on New Brunswick Today website, and it's in the contacts. But once I'm back inside in front of the laptop, I'll send it to you, Leroy.
So, so again, I think what Sharon, I can't see the name now, it's being blocked up by the blue banner. What she was saying is very important, that, these grassroots, these small channels, everyone coming together and speaking up about this is very important. I'm going to have to conk off here for now.
Leroy, I'll send you Russ's number.
But I just wanted to get something on the offset here. Glad we were able to come together and have this conversation and bring light to this issue, which is something that is going to be within the continued fight within this foreseen future 2025. It reassures me greatly that I am within a room of people, metaphorically, of course, within this circumstance, that see this as abhorrent behavior and are willing to call it out. As I said before, I am best used as a tool when I'm coordinated with. I would love to add my piece to this and add my voice to this in any way possible. So please reach out to me. My Instagram's on here. YouTube's on there. And Lefty, I will see you on the next stream. I hope we can get together soon. I'm excited for this dispensary opening. It's going to be awesome, and I'm excited for you guys, and I'm excited to throw my hat in the ring in whatever way I can. So, guys, I hope you all had a good holiday again. Good talking with you, and have a good night, all right?
Good night, Bucket Man.
Good night.
Good night, brother.
Yeah, when I get back in front of the laptop, I'll send the links out to anyone who wants to join. If you're friends with me on Facebook, Brandon Mitchell, anyone they'll just message me and I'll send you the StreamYard link to hop in.
So I'm going to bring a puppet to the next meeting and ask the chief, where did the belly touch you on the puppet?
Hey, Jersey Shore.
You guys kill me. No laughing, Mikey. Get me in trouble when I was in there.
I watched you cover your laughs with the anonymous mask. That was cracking me up when I watched that back. I was like, oh shit, she's funny.
Well, I had said from the beginning, when Crystal had went out and I came out with you guys the first time they took him in, and I said, let's get something going here, I've known Crystal for 8 years, I think now, Crystal, 7 years. We've been out on many protests together on foot all over during COVID. So, I mean, this is something that's important, as grassroots, like we're saying, and it has to be done at the community level. But even though we're from all over, doesn't mean we can't support who we know is doing the right thing. And we've been with them all this time, So, right, Crystal? Where'd you go?
That's right.
So, for him to know that, we're all there with him, that helped him mentally too. And all you guys, listen, the show that you put on, that caused all that, the gremlins were in the building.
Well, in order for me to cause something, I have to make people act or make people do a certain thing. I didn't have to do anything. I knew what they were going to do. They did it themselves. They destroyed themselves. And, Nish Patel's an idiot. How dare he ban the American flag? But we all know why they banned the American flag. They banned the American flag because they had to ban everything. Because if they didn't ban everything, I would have been able to prove discrimination. But I'm already able to prove discrimination, and I already stacked up the evidence to prove that. It is what it is.
It is highly important for as many people as possible out here in the internet land, as we said before, to support them. Bring all you guys up here, get on panel, start discussing things. You have other audit groups that are out there throughout the United States. This is totally awesome. This is showing unity with you guys that they're not going to get away with it, right? If we don't do it, and I'm going to say, I have Yellow Vest TV, I have Agenda Glitches, I have 50 different groups that I have, but I'm just saying, and I have Fox Nation. So for everything that's going down right now, they're trying to silence us any which way that they can. So we have to keep it moving, because if they get one, they can't take us all, right?
I just so you know, I think I'm supposed to have trial starting January 3rd and 4th. And because of everything that happened in Edison, make no mistake, they are going to bury me. They are going to try to persecute me, and they're going to bleed me like the vampires they are, for every last drop I have. But make no mistake, I already dug in. I already dug my own trenches, and I'm just sitting and waiting now. So, at least they won't take me by surprise. I already know that they're setting up auditors across the state, across the United States of America. Look at what they did to Hendry, Craig Hendry. Here, they threw him in jail for phone calls that other people made that had nothing to do with him. So now, the United States is so desperate to go after auditors, they're throwing auditors in prison simply for the actions of third parties.
Mm-hmm.
Make that make sense, because they can't come after us for what we're doing, because we don't break the law. The whole purpose for our channel is to teach other people to follow the law, especially the government, especially law enforcement. But again, they want to create this narrative that we're a bunch of agitators. We go out and we confront people all the time. And they have these code words that they like to use. But make no mistake, that's just the gaslighting terminology they're using against us. And God bless America.
They're engagers. They have a strong need to engage. Oh no. Ooh.
Well, they want their agenda, and you messed up their agenda. That's basically what happened.
Well, they messed themselves up because all they had to do was just follow the law and ignore it.
Mm-hmm.
Keep playing the long game. Yeah, that's what he's been doing. That's what Chris
Leroy, I sent you that number.
That's right. The thing is for him to have everybody behind him in this game. You know, what happens sometimes is, you know, there'll be this big hoopla and everybody will be there. Then he's left standing alone. You know what I mean? This should be getting bigger, not smaller now, right? With the people. With everybody coming together, everybody standing with him no matter where he's at. It should be getting bigger, not smaller.
Yeah, but Shar, you gotta understand, you know, the political parasites in Edison, New Jersey, along with the Republican Party, they hijacked everything that I was trying to do, to the point where when they got on Fox News, nobody said the truth. And
point earlier, Christo, remember what I said? That was my point. You guys, the original four, were the ones that actually brought the attention of them showing what they were actually doing, right? And then all of a sudden they bring in this guy in a suit with a flag, right? And all of a sudden that guy, he was the buffer, right? So they knew who to go after. They went after the buffer dude to put him on Fox. That's what they do. That's what I just said about Paris Hilton. We've been fighting against CPS grassroots. We have 16 bills in. I've been up in D.C. I belong to the advocate group and Family Forward Project, right? We've been fighting our asses off. All of a sudden, Paris comes along and they throw her up in there. Come on now.
Yeah, you know what's weird too about that day? That was the meeting that I would have been at that meeting, but I was working. I'd worked in Edison for over 4 years, and I mysteriously got fired that day. And I just didn't have it in me to go to that meeting. I said, "Nah, you know what? This took me out for the day." Just coincidentally, weirdly enough.
Can I say my theory about it?
Absolutely, go ahead.
Okay, so my theory about this is this. Shortly after Mikey Bongholio came to the meeting, one of the employees at the company he was working at, that just happens to be Ron Loeffler's sister. Now, for anyone who knows that, you guys don't know, but listening, you guys don't know, but anyone in Edison, New Jersey knows that Ron Loeffler was the face for Mayor Sam Joshi for the Silver Lake issue. You understand? And they completely fucked up the Silver Lake issue, the Glendale property, but that's another story. So Ron Loeffler's sister happened to work at the same company as Mikey, and she just started asking him questions. Hey, how do you know Christo? This and that. Now, Mikey, he's the most innocent guy that I know. So he just said the truth. As soon as he called me up and told me who asked him, I said, Mikey, man, you made a big mistake. You should have just told them you have no idea who I am. So they leave you the hell alone and they don't target you. I don't know if it was a week or 2 weeks later, he got fired. And I believe he got fired. It was complete retaliation for his First Amendment protected activities.
And it was that day of that crucial meeting where Joel held up the flag.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's yeah, and I mean that's
and you know, that's why I'm like I should probably just start mentioning it. There's no reason why I'm like I should pretend like, you know, oh well, let's just maybe this isn't happening. You know, yeah, so it's worth mentioning. That's why I mentioned it. Yeah,
right.
Maybe that's not how it went down. That's a possibility. But in my mind, my opinion, it's a high probability.
It's every day that goes by, it goes higher into the percentage of likelihood for me.
Mm-hmm.
I worked there for over 4 years. Been nothing but loyal. Always did my thing. You know, why that day?
Right.
But whatever. See, the thing is, you know, I've been doing activism for a long ass time, and one of the things that, you know, when you do something in the town you live in or you work in, you can run the risk of you start making waves and start shaking leaves on trees. You run the risk of retaliation. You know, I've dealt with this before. I moved away from Ocean County where I was dealing with my own issues of similarity like that came to South Amboy, where I lived for the last 4 years, and said I didn't really want to get too involved with too much of the town stuff. Very small town, easy to just fade into, not too many issues going on. And I was working in Edison. I said, oh, let me try to naturally Edison. Okay, well, in my head, I'm like, I wonder if I'll ever want to be in there, And then after some time and watching Christo's videos, it became very apparent that I'm supposed to. The universe is telling me I need to be there to help him. And I always knew that was going to be a possibility years and years ago before this. So,
And Char, before I ever met Mikey or Lefty, I knew who they were. I was big fans of them, and I always said to myself in the back of my mind, I can't wait. These guys need to come to Edison. I just thought they'd never show up because it's like,
You didn't think we were showing up either. You say that why wouldn't you give yourself enough credit?
No, because I didn't know them to ask them to come or anything. It's not like I thought they had like a psychic ability. Just no. Hey, I need you over here.
I'll tell you, you guys did great. I had fun making videos. So I made some reels and stuff, to get everybody excited to get them there for the 11th. And then, having Terry kick in with Bedminster and the bikers and the Trump bikers. And, that there was showing that, you did something right, Christo. How could we all be there thinking the same thing then, right?
I mean, I'll tell you one thing. I was there to support Christo. I mean, this stuff has been going on for years with him, and enough was enough, and I had to show face. And I do agree with what you said, Mikey, about not shitting where you eat, kind of thing. I don't think I want to do anything like that where I live because, same kind of thing.
It's
you know what I noticed?
It's easy to make sure they can't attack you if you know your own town,
Mikey, Vinny, you know what I noticed? Everybody in Edison came for the flag, even though they knew that wasn't the real issue, because they dare not do the right thing or say my name or anything of that nature. And then if you notice, everyone who came from outside of Edison, which was the majority, came because of me.
Well, they didn't know the underlying cause, I feel like, because, I mean, realistically, it all started with you, okay? The prop ban and all that, it started with you because you were wearing the mask. And they were like, all right, well, we're gonna have this prop ban. And that now included the flag and the Constitution. And then it spurred into something crazy, but it all did start with you.
Leroy asks, what's the reason that they give for firing you? Like I said, I worked there for over 4 years. They decided to tell me that work was slowing up.
Well, I mean, so work was slowing up, so you got to make sure they don't hire anybody. Otherwise, or did you get laid off or fired?
Well, I got laid off. I mean, I'm on unemployment right now. I'm collecting my unemployment checks. This was only like a month ago or a month and a half ago or something like that. You know what I mean? Like I said, it was the day that Joel swung up, waved the flag. It kept me away from that meeting that day because all my priorities shifted. So, Jesus Christ, now what? I'm like, Jesus, always in the back of my head, like, oh, they did it. Because the second I mentioned the sister working, this is before they laid me off. Christo was like, no, this guy, Ron, the brother, he told me about it. And I was like, oh, shit, not good.
Well, can we go back, Christo, to originally how this all started was for the children, okay? Everybody's still missing that mark, too. That somehow got swept under the rug. A lot of this started with the pedo hunters, and then also was the trafficking and calling out, certain issues during COVID, right, Christo? And somehow that went to the wayside. What happened to that part of it too? Because that's where it all started. We all have to get back on that, which, with New Jersey CPS needs to be audited on, the findings of how they are trafficking children through CPS. That's going to the wayside. So, I mean, you know, this issue is way bigger than what you know, everybody thinks it is. Let's put it that way.
I think he still has a case open with that, but a lot of it he beat, so I'm not sure if he can talk about all that. Am I right, Krista, or am I wrong?
I'll talk about anything the fuck I want. These motherfuckers try to put a gag order, unconstitutional gag order. They filed 3 false felony cases on me just so this way they can get me on pretrial release when I get out. So I can't post on social media and generate an income. I'll talk about anything the fuck I want. What do you want to talk about?
No, what I was saying was how you originally kicked this in when the child trafficking and all of that one way back when, right? So you went out with the predator hunters, and that kind of like stirred them up a little bit, you know, going back to the original how
That's not, you know what? That's not what started it at all. Yes, before all that, you know, I had to protect the children. I started the Protect the Children platform. I ran for the Board of Education. When I ran for mayor, I ran for mayor under the Protect the Children platform as an independent. Fuck the 2-party system. And the predator catcher case was the 3rd case, which is funny. That was the last case, but I happened to beat that case first, which got dismissed. They claimed they were trying to claim I criminally restrained the child predator. The newspapers were trying to claim, or they insinuated, that I was threatening to cut off peepees and throwing a bunch of predators in the back of vehicles or something like that. That's how it. That's the way it was written, and all of that's absolutely not true. I was just the cameraman. I was a third party at the scene. The predator catcher and the child predator both decided to go inside of a vehicle and have a consensual conversation. 2 grown men decide to go inside a vehicle and have a consensual conversation. Hold on one second.
Yeah, I watched that whole video. He is 1000% correct. He didn't do anything wrong. He was just documenting, and they went after his First Amendment right of freedom of press.
That's right. That's right.
And then he couldn't collect revenue because I think it was that case that they said that he couldn't post on social media anymore.
2 years. Yes, it's true. And that's why we're here now. And they put a gag on him. It's illegal to put a gag on him. You know?
Yeah. That's even crazier in itself. I don't know how he defends himself. I think that's a lawsuit in itself, but
absolutely.
Here you got 2 grown men deciding to go inside the vehicle because it was too cold outside to have a conversation because they're fucking pansies. I didn't need to go inside the fucking vehicle, and the video proves that. But that's without you know, that's not part of the issue here. Criminal restraint on child predator, the 3rd element, and it says to put the person at risk of serious bodily injury or death. Serious bodily injury or death in New Jersey is defined as permanent disfigurement or death. We've all heard the saying when we were children, sticks and stones can break your bones, but words can never hurt you. Why were they trying to hold me responsible for... First of all, Rami never even made any threats of castration. That they were just 2 grown men having a consensual conversation and joking around. And the Edison police were so desperate, they took that moment of sarcasm and claimed there was a threat. In fact, the child predators...
Listen to what Bloodborne said. He said, Bloodborne 420 said, Rami isn't a good person. You can tell him about that, too. I don't think he's a good person.
Well, all right, let me remember where I was last off, though. Well, shit.
Well, they couldn't have said it was a threat in that kind of framework unless they tried to say there was a criminally restraint, which it wasn't. It was just a conversation at that point.
Yeah, there was no threat. The child predators and Rami were caught and released the same day. They kept me in jail for 8 days. Then they released me with the pretrial release restrictions. I can't go on social media, post videos on social media. The whole thing was a joke. The whole thing, they didn't care about the child predators. They didn't care about Rami. The whole thing was an illusion. To take a this is what these government parasites like to do. They like to take a positive and turn it into a negative.
It looks like Lefty's in the building. Hey, brother, what's happening?
I have to go outside the dispensary to smoke weed. I can't smoke weed in the dispensary, so I have to roll up out here. Pretty crazy, right?
Don't they have dispensaries with like a smoking lounge? Some of them, or no?
You're unplugged.
You're on mute.
You're on mute.
Shit, you can't smoke weed in the dispensary, but you can have a dispensary attached to a smoking lounge, and you can't have food or drink in the smoking lounge. Like you can't serve food or drinks,
which means just go home and smoke where you
just
have
go home,
like,
watch
what?
Netflix. Yeah.
What am I doing at this point?
What are we doing?
No snacks here. Let's get the hell out of here, guys. I'm hungry.
Hey, Lefty. If you're gonna play any more videos on New Brunswick Today's channel, let me know. All right.
Yeah, I'm gonna roll a blunt right now. Charlie took some great videos, didn't he? That chief video of the chief is just the best thing ever. It's got so much great comments on there too.
And he doesn't like Charlie. For the record, the chief does not like Charlie. Don't try to say that. If you liked him, why did you come at him like that?
Yeah, he came at him sideways.
Yeah. Oh, this is all your fault. You see what you did? No, but it's like I said before, man. It's about what they did, man, to the people.
If anybody should be turning to Charlie at that moment, it should be us being like, Charlie, do you see what he's doing to us? He just did it to you. He's freaking out on all this, Charlie. Do you see this? It's ridiculous. The amount of times the chief said, it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous.
That's because he's building the illusion that there's chaos and havoc going around, but only in his fucking delusional, paranoid mind. You know, that's what they learn how to do. Same thing when they're arresting you. You're resisting arrest. You're resisting arrest. You know, and now with the body cameras, it's even worse because they're not just cops now. They learn to be Hollywood actors as well. You know. They have their little tricks in front of the body cameras that they like to do.
You know, what do any of you guys happen to know? Like how many? I thought it was like all officers that had the American flag on their uniform. Edison doesn't. Is it other agency, other police departments that they don't have them? Is that common? Because now I'm like wanting to look.
I'm not too sure, but I mean, you know how these cops do, and they'll put their blue line through it too. I don't know.
Yeah. Because I remember thinking to myself, like, oh, the U.S. flag's a prop, but yet they have them on their uniform. And then I'm looking at their uniform, like, wait, well, they don't.
That uniform's a prop.
It's a costume.
Big ass costume, like your
bomb.
bomb.
Costumes. All right, well then you got to remove the guys in the costumes.
Well, I know a couple of the protests that we were at way back when, they were rent-a-cops that came after us. They weren't even the real cops in the neighborhood. They brought in specials, I guess, or rent-a-cops.
The day they kept everybody out of the building, that was hilarious because there's like 5 undercover cops in that lobby who didn't go through the metal detectors. It's like, you guys aren't even doing a good job at remaining undercover.
I loved how Christo went in the audience and was like, he's an undercover. He's an undercover. He's an undercover. He's an undercover. That was great. That was good shit, Christo.
I think there was more cops than people at one point.
Yeah.
And then on the parking lot trying to get in, we were like, "What is going on?" Like when we were coming in, we had like a caravan coming in, and they knew we were coming. I mean, we advertised we were coming. Boy,
You were
did
if you
they
were
lock
looking
up that parking lot or what?
if you were looking to burglarize some place, a residency, or a business in Edison, that would have been the time for a criminal to do a hit. They were all there.
For sure.
Yes, they were.
The first time I parked over there, it was the first day that it all went big. When Long Island Audit was there, I parked in a spot, and the cop was like, "Oh, you can't park here." And I was like, "What do you mean I can't park here?" He said, "Oh, well, this is for authorized personnel only." And I was like, "Well, where's the sign?" I said, "I parked here before." Or he said, we're gonna block this off for police." And I was like, "Well, maybe you should put up signs. Maybe you should cone this off. Maybe you know what I mean." I wish I recorded it.
It's like I identify as authorized.
Yeah.
The whole thing was barricaded. There was one way in and one way out only. I mean, it was just so ridiculous. I mean,
Let's not forget they barricaded the handicap entrance, so you had disabled vets going up this huge incline.
Yes,
That was
yes.
inappropriate.
You're right. Absolutely,
And that was
they
just
did.
ridiculous. And that's on the chief.
Absolutely. That was
Yeah.
sad to see. That was sad. That there, talk about being inhumane. That took the cake right there. And then I know you guys spoke highly on that. And don't lay off of it. That's the whole point right now. Everybody has to stand behind the ADA. And see how it went to a flag though again. It went away from the people and went to an object, which was a flag. So the people didn't matter, but the object mattered, right? Let alone that it's whatever is behind the object. They said it was a prop, but actually they didn't realize that prop actually represents the people. Also, what they get wrong is, okay, so they are the professionals. They are paid professionals. You have a right to speak as the people. They have to watch what they say. You don't have to watch what you say. Okay? You're not hired. You're free people. Them being hired in positions, like I had pointed out about the police officer, a police officer going off on tactic of speaking the way he did to Christo, he holds a protocol of profession. He breaks that. Now, what gives him that right to do that? He is not a common man in that uniform or on that job. He is a professional protocol. And that what he has done, which was on video, was not that's actually, the weaponized system. Let's say that. He doesn't have a right to do that at all, to speak like that. He is to stay professional. He was gaslighting. He was trying to get a rouse out of Christo to do something, is what he was trying to do.
Oh, they do this all the time. They give me unlawful directives in hopes that, for example, okay, I'm kicked out the meeting, so then they kick me out the building. They can't kick me out the building, but I leave anyway because
Are they
if I
still
don't,
doing that?
and I don't, we'll test it out. But they kick me out the building, so I'm like, all right, fine. I go out the building, and they threaten me on the public property as I'm trying to make an IA complaint outside the police property. They're telling me I'm trespassed, and if I don't leave the police station, I will be arrested. Of course, I'm on pretrial release. I can't be arrested, so I record that. I file a tort claim. Hopefully I'm going to file a lawsuit on each incident, but it just goes to show you that that's the only thing they can do to me. Give me an unlawful directive and then unlawfully arrest me, because they know if they unlawfully arrest me, that they're gonna keep me in jail until I beat my cases, and then they'll extend my cases for another year, another 2 years. I mean, that's just how they are.
That's what they want. That's honestly, I think that's what they want.
Yeah, I'm not falling for it. I'm not taking I'm not falling for their traps, as you can see. That's why I just keep recording them. and pretty soon, I'll
You're
beat
not
my
taking
cases one by one. I'm gonna beat my cases.
Check their oaths. Well, everybody that's in there, that you check all their oaths to make sure they're all legit.
I don't have to check their oaths. None of them are legit. That what does the Bible say? We'll know them by their acts. You know what I'm saying? I've seen their actions, and fuck them. They're illegitimate to me.
Well, what I'm saying is to help you out on your lawsuit, or anybody that even walks in there, is check all their oaths and make sure all their oaths are in order. Because if they're even stamped wrong or done wrong, they have no right to be there, and they need to be taken out of the building.
I'm gonna upload one more video that I didn't upload because it's only like 10 seconds from the day they kicked the guy for having the American flag in Edison out of the meeting. The one officer said within the 10-second framework, I violated my oath. So he knew,
He said that? You have that on camera?
yes, and he
yes,
shut it
bro.
off. Or he asked the question, so I guess I violated my oath, something of that nature. So it just goes to show you, they know very well they're violating their oath, and they continue to take their Nazi orders, the Nuremberg defense.
Mm-hmm.
I told all the people, I told all the elected officials, they got to get out of the room. You got to go too. Time to go. We kicked them out. We all left together.
Yeah, is the next meeting January 20th? Is that what it is? Is that what I'm hearing?
7th?
Check this out. January 6th is a work session, so you speak in the beginning. January 7th is Union City meeting, and then January 8th again is the council meeting in Edison. So bam, we'll have 3 in a row.
Triple decker.
Dover's on the 1st. Don't forget Dover on the 1st.
Okay, we'll go to Dover as well.
Yeah, Dover's the appetizer, and then that part of January is the sandwich.
Oh, Lefty.
Where's Dover?
One second.
Food over there.
Sure.
One
second, Lefty. Can you please play that Dover video so people can understand why we're going to Dover?
I would enjoy that.
Yeah, it's actually funny. I got kicked out for saying "little dick energy." The guy, the council person who beats up homeless people. I told him he had little dick energy.
Can you tape little dick energy on your forehead? Under a
I might
mask?
have a shirt made up.
I don't know, Vinny. I think you guys are missing the most important thing out of that. It was a guy in a wheelchair, and they used force on Lefty. You understand?
Whoa!
They used force on you?
I didn't have my chair. That's why I had to go down. If I had my chair,
I thought that too. I thought the same thing. I thought you were in your chair. I didn't realize you were standing with your cane.
No, I was. If I had my chair, they couldn't have done anything to me. But I had no chair, so when he pulled on me and twisted me, I had no choice but to go down because my back went into spasm. You can't fucking twist my back.
Right.
So yeah, I'm bringing my chair next time. Yeah, I'll go inside and play it.
Yeah, man.
Play the video. I'm gonna air fry some pretzel bites.
I'm getting my coffee ready for this one. Mikey might need some coffee now too. Looks like he's going in.
You know how I deal with that? I go the opposite route. Bong hit.
Yeah, there you go. There he goes. There he goes.
They do not offer Zoom access for disabled vets or sick and dying people. No. They used to. For 19 months they did it, but not anymore.
Seven at 7. If you can find parking, guys, for Union City.
I think we should just carpool into Union City and find one spot and just stay there for a few hours ahead of time. So this way, because doing everything last minute, no good.
Well, they might move the meeting till the past. You never know.
That was a great trick. Changing the venue and moving it back 3 hours, so you had to go back in time to get there. Amazing.
Wow.
And that's also illegal, isn't it? Like, two publications and 48 hours notice or something like that.
Totally illegal. And changing it to before the change, like, oh, it's at 4. Oh, okay, so it's over.
Did anyone send the link to Pat to join?
What, to join the thing right now? No, I didn't. Yeah, Mayor Dodd, he did not like what Lefty said.
And it's funny because the name I was born with was Edward Richard Grimes. So I'm going to introduce myself as maybe Big Dick Grimes. I'm not sure. And talk about how my mom hated me by calling me Dick Grimes because, you know, I have very clean junk, but, you know, I wash my hands before I pee and all that. But, you know, these are things I have to think about being called Dick. My name is Dick. I live with this my whole life. Dick is not a bad word to me, but I was thrown out for saying Dick. How is that possible? I'm thrown out for saying my name.
It's so hard not to laugh.
Oh God, he started now.
Yeah, I'm ready. And the mayor has video recordings of him calling the previous African American mayor a C and a P. I'll say pussy. And this is all on video. So I'm hoping to play his video of his words and get thrown out for his playing his words.
Think about that.
Christo's backstage.
Those are words. Those are much more harsh words coming from him. If you get thrown out for his words, man, that'll be brilliant.
Lefty, you gonna play the Dover video?
Yeah, I'm working on it.
Start it from when you're talking. Don't start it. Forget everyone else.
Yeah, forget the rest of the people.
Yeah, forget the steak and forget the potatoes and the salad. Just go right to the steak.
And then, if you want, after that, we'll watch the Charlie Cradaville videos again.
It's not very long.
Because I want you to play the Cradaville video where Edison Town Council admits they spent over $100,000 to frame me, set me up, target me, destroy my life.
And that's pretty much it. Happy holidays.
Good evening. Edward Lefty Grimes. I'm with SativaCross.org. We're a 501c3 here in New Jersey fighting for disability rights and cannabis patients' rights. I came here for a couple of reasons. Well, the one reason is for the last administration, we were making progress towards Zoom access for disabled vets. There's a lot of disabled vets and sick people that want to take part and they can't. They used to do it for 19 months. You gave disabled vets access and then you took it away. I believe your attorney knows about Title II of the ADA. There's a process for that. There's a question and answer period. There's a transition period. There's a grievance procedure. I don't think any of that was ever done when you took away access for disabled vets. I think our vets deserve better than that. I also have a question for the attorney about the blocking of people from a public page. Are you opening up the town for liability by blocking people from a public page and blocking commenting? Because I've seen that also. So that was pretty disturbing. But what was most disturbing is videos of Sergio that I've seen of attacking homeless people. I mean, what is that all about? Why are you attacking homeless people? What's up with that? That's insane to me. I've seen 2 videos so far, and I'm sure those aren't the only things that you've ever done. I'm sure there's stuff that's off camera because you're not dumb. You're going to probably do stuff off camera. You probably know you're being recorded. That's kind of little dick energy. It really is. It's really sad to see.
Listen, you make one more comment. Matter of fact, that comment, sir, remove it. You want to claim to come here and be a disabled vet and make that kind of comment to one of my council members? Get out of my meeting. You're out. So remove him.
Kind of. He said. He didn't say it
I
was.
have 2 minutes of my time. I have two. I have 2 minutes left.
Sorry, I want to do this.
I have 2 minutes left of my time.
A name like that?
A name like Dick? Dick? You're a dick. You're a dick. Ow! Ow! I'm disabled. What are you doing? Don't touch me. Don't touch me. Don't touch me. Now you hurt me. Now I'm having a spasm. I'm having a spasm now. You screwed up my back. You screwed up my back. I might need an ambulance.
This goes on until they go to.
Oh, my back.
We'll take a 5-minute recess. We'll be back.
There's the recess. Thank you, and thank you. You don't want to watch me on the ground for all this, do you? Want to watch me on the ground, really? All right.
Did this make it to like any kind of other media?
That was the morning of the Tuesday's meeting. This was earlier in the week. Just happened.
This just happened?
This was Tuesday, yeah, the morning of the last crazy meeting of Edison.
Lefty, send me the clip.
It was a 10 a.m. meeting. That's why he did. That's why he was able to do the both.
This is my warm-up for the day.
Why do they do meetings so early when people are at work too? That's another thing I don't really understand.
Well, they probably got away with that one. They don't normally do it at 10 a.m., but they probably were like, yeah, we got Christmas Eve tomorrow. We're not trying to, they want an early meeting for themselves because they want to have a earlier holiday. They'll make it happen. But even one meeting at 10 a.m. I think is inefficient. I think it should remain the time it is, and they shouldn't change the time like that.
And even in Union City, so like they change the times. Well, I guess they don't really change the times, but they change the venue like all the time. It should be like in the same place all the time. People know where it is. Someplace with ample parking, things like that. I mean, it was literally insane. Ask Lefty out in Union City, like you couldn't find a place to park, and then Lefty, you got out your car after you found a place to park, and then you got up to the building, and it was like, what the fuck?
I already drove like 10 blocks to get there, and then I'm like, oh,
insane.
I'll have to go another 10 blocks. Let's do that. And then I was like, oh, this is great. Fun times. But they have like 4 different venues, Union City, like at least 4 different venues that they use.
Leroy Truth just said something, and you put it up on the screen, was that somebody should Oprah request the amount of money that they use to go after Christo. There we go. We need the invoices. I believe Brescher did bring that out. I clipped it. I have a nice little clip on Brescher. I love that guy. That guy is super great.
Oh yeah, he's a good guy.
The clip I have that we took out of the video of Brescher proves that it was close to $100,000 at his last thinking, I should say. You guys all need to like get behind Brescher and start pushing him. That's who you need right now. Outrageous. Yes, close to $100,000. And that Brescher is a councilman who had brought that out. Do you have the clip of that, Lefty? Mikey, do you have it?
I just sent it to Lefty on Facebook, and I'm gonna send Lefty some more links as well.
Yeah, I clipped that part. I have that part out.
You have the clip where it's just him Brescher talking about it?
Yeah, Lefty, check your well, it's also on my Facebook videos, but check your Facebook Messenger, Lefty.
Okay.
I'm gonna send you some more videos after that. The one where we can see Scalzo's bump with his belly, the assault by belly.
We kind of saw that, but I mean, we didn't get a really in-depth one. But I think the one that was posted on Charlie Kratovitz's page was a good video.
Yeah, but then after the one that you saw, he posted one that showed like even a few minutes before that. That was just the clip that you saw. So when you see the whole thing, it looks even worse.
On his page?
We've had the same chief. The only difference
are 3 council people and the mayor.
There it
And
is.
that's the only thing that has changed. These meetings go on until midnight. They devolve into chaos, all because they decided they were gonna try and make a better scrambled egg. And I warned them about this a few years ago. And we spent, I don't know how many thousands of dollars, could be $100,000 in legal fees to try and devise a way to stop Christo.
Say that
So all
again.
these intelligent people here-
Yeah, you hear that?
Say that again.
Could be $100,000 in legal fees to try and devise a way to stop Christo. So all
That's insane to me.
Scrambled egg. And I warned them about this a few years ago. And we spent, I don't know how many thousands of dollars, could be $100,000 in legal fees to try and devise a way to stop Christo. So all these intelligent people here. Where you give them 6 minutes and we don't have a problem. So the problem is not Christo. The problem is not the public. The problem isn't your minutes speaking. The problem is the man upstairs. That's where I'm going with it. And these are facts. You can look at these, okay? It is self-evident. Since that's happened, since the new mayor came in, and we have a new council president this year, our laws are all inconsistent. They change from meeting to meeting, right? So there is no order, no decorum. We act childish here. It's reckless and it's irresponsible. These are all key words that describe this administration and the way that this council has been acting over the last 3 years. And that would be a council president on this.
Thank you, Councilor Britt. I love you.
And Lefty, I sent you 2 more videos as well. But yeah, there you have it. They spent hundreds of thousands to destroy my life.
Now, there's something else I wanna point out, which you had also brought out, Krista, was that somebody was sitting next to the mayor upstairs who was with an organization, correct? On leading his way or trying to advise him on things. Krista?
I'm not sure. I just want to go make my pretzel bites right now.
Okay, well, anyway, I know what I'm talking about. I was just trying to get it out of you. Anyway,
No, I don't know what you're talking about right now.
you had brought out the name of the company. It's on your page of who was sitting next and advising the mayor as he is sitting upstairs.
Oh, Artie Cifelli, mobster Artie Cifelli.
Which
If
that
any-
would bring in the Chevron doctrine. Okay, the Chevron doctrine is organizational laws which do not exist anymore. The Chevron doctrine was a legal principle that required federal courts to defer to the interpretation of federal agencies when statutes were ambiguous or silent on a specific issue. The doctrine was established in 1984 Supreme Court case Chevron, the USA Incorporated versus Natural Resources Defense Council Incorporated. However, on June 28, 2024, the Supreme Court overturned the Chevron doctrine in the cases Lapper Bright Enterprises versus Ramado and Relentless Incorporated versus Department of Commerce, and that's the Court Rule 6. So these agencies that have been using the Chevron tactics and laws and techniques can no longer do it. Their ordinances are actually considered null because they do not follow the Constitution. The Constitution stands for itself.
Yeah, that was shot down by the Supreme Court. It also helped gun activists as well.
Yes. Well, every agency is affected by it. Every agency in the nation is affected by it because they are being run by corporate law. There's no such thing. That's done. That was an illegal practices that were put in place over the years that we just all fell for.
All right, here's Breshler versus the Chief.
Burglar sign.
This is the best.
Correct. Was that the $10,000? And what did the burglar sign say? This Does anybody recall? And who decided to put that up?
Chief. So with regard to the signage that took for the couple weeks, that was through the administration.
Okay, and they decided to put up a sign that said, burglars go to jail, right? What did it say?
I don't have the verbiage on me.
Well, okay. Well, let me ask you a question. Before that new law was passed, did burglars go to jail? Or Chief, did you just write them a ticket and send them on their way?
For a campaign, obviously, because of the passing of the new crime bill, is a law enforcement tool to help us combat the home invasions, car burglaries, and burglaries at all. So it simply is put out throughout the town because, as you know, the governor signed the bill here, and those that would enter the town and want to commit crimes were alerted by the signs up. And I think obviously it was very effective because I do have the stats. And with our team out there, the crime has definitely gone down tremendously.
All right, Chief, I got to be honest with you. I don't believe that, right?
Well, that's
listen,
your opinion. That's fine.
No,
Sure.
listen, you
I
can
respect
tell me
that.
whatever you want. You don't give me the statistics.
I'm sorry?
Give me the statistics for the last 3 years, Chief. Can you get that for me?
Sure.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Because I can't seem to get that. But now, as long as I have you here, right, you have stated that there were threats on the mayor, and that's why you give him security. My question to you is, how come you can't solve the threats? Question.
Sure. I can't say that I can't solve it because we do solve about 76% of the crimes that occur in Edison Township. But the ones directly to the mayor and other elected officials and officers and employees throughout here, there are ongoing investigations regarding that, yes.
Okay, so wait, Chief, I didn't ask about other employees. Okay, I didn't ask about other people.
I volunteered that, Councilman. It's fine.
Yes, when I'm, it's kind of hard when I ask you a question, you give me a different answer, right?
No, I answered you. I answered your question.
Slick. So let me ask you a question. How come you cannot solve the threats that are against our mayor?
Well, I can't say that we can't solve them or we won't solve them. I'm telling you, there's ongoing investigations.
Okay,
so some of these threats, Councilman, come from all over the United States. Because what happens here with the videos that are put up, as we discussed offline across the country, people see this, and then what, of course, they do is call and make threats against the mayor's staff, myself, my staff. So sure.
Okay, so where I'm going with that is, I know that in our schools, we had a credible threat to a student. Okay, your department was able to contact Google, okay, track the perpetrator down or the incident. They were able to go through the dark web and all that kind of stuff and go and actually catch that person, right? So where I'm going here is when you're talking about stuff on the internet and all of this, right? You're not going to Google. You're not getting that person. You're not going to prosecute that person. I haven't seen anything that said you prosecuted anybody or have any charges against anybody. So what I'm saying here, Chief, is I believe what you're saying here is BS. That's a statement. That's not a question to you. That's a statement.
That's your opinion.
On my point.
But I'm not going to discuss police strategies, Councilman.
Well, Chief,
plain and simple. So
okay, Chief,
I don't know where your expertise is in law enforcement,
I'll tell you
but I respect your opinion.
Right.
So that's all. I'm not going to discuss that any further with you.
All right. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go through your entire strategy at my next meeting. Council President, please, this is my time. My next question I have is, I believe you authorize the stealing of time, which is the same thing that we are prosecuting other officers for. I offer myself as a witness.
Councilman, if you listen to me, Councilman, if you feel, if you're accusing me of a crime, then I advise you to go to the prosecutor's office or the Attorney General's office. If you're accusing me of committing a crime, Councilman, compose yourself, sir.
Motion for a recess. Everybody, can we get a, do I need to get a recess here or can we Motion for just recess. conduct ourselves in a better manner? No need to yell. Rich is doing and his no thing. need to Let's just have accuse people of anything. You can take this offline if you really need to do something like
Council
this.
President, I just have a statement. Okay, and it's very, very simple. There is no difference. And I wasn't yelling. He is talking over me. He interrupted me. You should have hit that gavel on the chief, sir. That's council president. So let me just explain. Okay, our chief and our mayor, in my mind, stole from the public. The 4 officers that are being charged.
Council President,
I'm not going to sit here and tolerate this.
Sir,
I'm not going to sit here and tolerate this.
Motion for
if
recess.
If he's making a complaint against myself, excuse me, control yourself.
Motion for recess.
If he's making a complaint,
There is
let
a
him go to
motion
the
for
prosecutor's
recess
office
on the
and make the
floor.
complaint.
Motion to recess. Can I have a second? Second. Take a 5-minute recess. We'll be back in 10.
Does anyone think those burglar signs made any difference with crime? Anyone?
Scared me away from burglary. I'll never do it.
Well, there's a whole backstory to that, but to conserve time, we won't get into that right now. Yeah.
That's the shit show right there.
They want to give juveniles a 1st and 2nd degree crime if they walk into the wrong door. God forbid.
Privatized juvenile detentions. They have supply and demand, right?
That's right.
It's commodity. Again, the children.
Just in case, people don't understand what happened. Edison Police Mayor Sam Joshi, Middlesex County Democratic Organization, possibly even the County Republican Organization, we're all in on it. County Prosecutor's Office to maliciously falsify police reports for the sole purpose of maliciously prosecuting me. Okay? And taking away my constitutionally protected activities to deprive me of my rights. They conspired as a group to deprive me of my rights, both felonies. Sorry. I had a call. Were you guys able to hear that a call was coming through? Fucking annoying as hell. I'm gonna have to fix that.
That's the reason I don't want to use my cell phone as a camera when I go to these meetings.
The government takes more recesses than an elementary school.
Yeah, play that video, Leroy. I'm gonna go get. Play that video whenever you want. I'm gonna go grab my pretzels and.
Here we go.
After 2 weeks, say it is wrong for a man to rape a woman in Edison, New Jersey. Show it, clear hands.
Council President, point of order.
Stop talking, I'm talking.
There's no reason you should
Thank you, Harris. Now, how many of you are willing to investigate things? Sam showed you how to get this okay. Stop, give me my time back. I'm on 30 seconds back. I'm on 30 seconds. Lawyers, stop talking. I'm on 30 seconds back. How many of you are willing to investigate Sam Joseph? Too late. Margot Harris, good job. You were the only one with courage here. And you interrupted me.
Your time is up, Charles.
Your time is up. And I'm on my 30 seconds back.
Your time is up.
He interrupted me.
Take this as a warning. If you continue, I will have you removed. Please sit down.
Do it.
Okay.
Council President, let's just give it 30 seconds.
No, the time is up, sir.
Thank you. Councilmember Coyle. No. He interrupted me. I was
Officers,
speaking.
please remove him.
I was speaking. Now this is your opportunity to stand down.
Council President.
He interrupted me. I want my 30 seconds back.
Will you sit down?
Get your hands off me. Get your hands off me. Coyle, I have 30 seconds back.
Just sit down.
Very good. Motion for a final.
Stand down. Stand down.
Recess. Second. All in favor?
Coyle said I get 30 seconds back.
Meeting stands in recess for 5 minutes.
See, these are the piece of garbage cops here that will do unconstitutional things to a free man. No.
Relax. Okay? It's all right.
This is recess. No, it's not. It's recess. Right, it's recess. You're creating a shit show once again. The Coyle actually did the right thing here.
You made every decision wrong, and you're gonna let the nation tell me.
After 4 million people celebrating, and these guys are getting
I have a question. If they're on recess, doesn't that mean the whole meeting's on recess and therefore they can still speak right there? Following me?
Pretty much.
If they're on recess means there's no meeting, means he has freedom of speech to speak right now out loud whatever he wants to say. Therefore, he's not breaking any law even by them claiming that he can't speak anymore. They're not there in session. He could say whatever he wants.
He told him to sit down. The chief said, sit down. He has no right to tell him to sit down.
No, absolutely not. They left. They put in recess. If they are in recess, this now is just a typical conversation without it even being on record. Means this is not even a meeting time if they recessed out, right? Follow what I'm saying?
Yeah, I hear. Yep.
So therefore,
Here,
this is totally illegal what they're doing right here. This is just him being just talking.
Watch this. Let's end off with this.
Yeah, let's go.
Don't touch me. You touch me again, you're gonna get arrested. That's right. Back up. Don't touch me. No. You rammed into me. Don't touch me. Leave. Leave. You got a break now. All right? You put your hands on the chief of police. Leave now.
You touched my belly.
You rammed into me. You pushed right into me.
My belly attacked
Charlie, you saw that. You got it on camera. It's out of control. It's ridiculous. I hope you're happy, dude. Look what's going on here. They can't even have adult conversation. It's ridiculous. You guys are out of control, man.
You hope I'm happy. I do something.
You just directed us. Let's go.
Dude, I'm not trying to be a problem.
You're
now you're yelling.
into me, man. You put his hand.
Chief,
Come on.
why were you just yelling at Charlie?
You guys
I don't get it.
Sorry, I believe we're all in it out.
What a coward. I don't get it.
Listen.
Let's take it down. He's the problem now. I do too. We all do.
Listen, you guys can't have an adult conversation. You're ridiculous, dude. But I'd love to too, but you're out of control. Look what you did. You stopped the meeting.
We didn't stop the meeting. The Coward Patel stopped the meeting. And you, by not having off, you stand down. I had 30 seconds. I had 30 seconds left. I was interrupted. You're not acknowledging that. You're not acknowledging that.
You're talking over. You guys are like
Did someone interrupt me when I was speaking? No. You're the only one on the side of violence. You're armed thugs right here. These armed thugs with guns are the only ones that fight violence. He lied. He literally lied. He said we incited violence.
Craig Coughlin signed an award for me that says you guys should emulate what I do. You guys should help me. You guys should help me.
I am here to help you.
Yeah, right.
The meeting's over now.
Well, thank you for not putting a barrier this week.
There's people. You don't ever see people there talking. It's not over yet. We're having conversations, and I did not touch you. You're a liar.
You pushed right into me.
I did not.
You pushed right into me.
You pushed into my belly.
You pushed into me.
You made me push myself to the next.
That's for New Year.
If you find something, share it. We don't trust them in our building. We'll all leave together. It's our building.
I'll walk you guys
Not belong to any of you. Everybody out. Coyle out. Councilwoman Harris, you gotta go. We work here. Starbucks, you gotta go. The meeting is shut down. The officer said we gotta go. Let's go. So let's all go. Let's all go.
Yes, he did say blue.
The meeting's over.
What a shit show.
You're singling me out for this way when I don't walk out, you unlawfully arrest me and have my bail revoked.
I treat you with dignity and respect all the time. And you know that. Listen to me. I treat you with dignity and respect. Of my right.
That's what
They reduce our I don't care what you think or what you say. You have nothing. You have nothing.
That's why I want my time back.
What about the 3 felony cases that you put up in the big case?
Doing what I'm told. After I get celebrated this week.
I'm still so we can start moving everything. You're not being follow orders.
I'm not sure how to speak to the chief without him being aggravated. It's impossible. It can't be done. I tried different tones, I tried different volumes, I tried different wording.
You like?
I did have some questions for you, if you don't mind.
Not now.
Came here to get them answered.
Now.
I mean,
I'll talk to you, but not now.
I understand. Maybe.
Do you want to? No. I really don't care about that.
Yeah.
But when you try to reason with somebody and get your point across, you know that you can't act like that. You can't. If you talk reasonably.
Did I do anything? No. Okay.
But
so,
you know,
you don't. I don't need the. I don't need the.
All right.
Education
We'll
or the lecture.
talk.
We've been
I like you.
I know. I like you too. But you know, I did come to get some questions answered. So
listen, I realize everybody has a point of view. And listen, I get it. But when you start coming up and calling people names and disparaging people, if you no, I do. But if you sit down and talk to somebody reasonably, then you can get your point across. You know what I'm saying? So, but we got to go, guys. Come on, we got to go.
Let's go, everybody.
No wife wants a husband with a small pee that keeps slipping out. So the bigger, the better. Yes, that's what.
That was perfect. That was perfect timing.
That's what women say. What?
What the fuck?
This is just as bad as being in the meeting.
Usually I hate commercials, but that was good.
That was amazing.
Literally perfect.
That was so weird.
Oh shit.
See, God did. I was just going to say, God did that. God's watching all this. He's watching all this.
Yeah, God did that. I like that.
Absolutely. Best timing ever.
What the hell?
Thanks for the
Super
laugh.
AI it knew what you wanted to do.
Oh my God.
Crazy.
We were just talking about it being little earlier, so she proved it.
So if Scalzo, so if Scalzo really did freaking assault the police chief, I mean, why wasn't he arrested? Because he really didn't do it, right?
Oh shit, Scalzo, wait up. I apologize for my fat belly attacking the chief. It is out of control. Shout out to Scalzo, man. He is the best.
Do you
He
have
had an AI belly at the time.
Did somebody send him an invite?
Dude, we love Scalzo. He's
Yeah,
great.
how can you know what? I'm gonna send it to Leroy so he can share it between him and Scalzo. Hold on.
Yeah.
Scalzo, do you have an innie or an outie? Because if you have an outie, I understand how it might have, penetrated.
Yeah.
I care.
There might have been some penetration you didn't know about. You just never know.
Oh shit.
The chief goes, "You rammed into me." He says, "My belly attacked you."
You got your peanut butter in my chocolate. You got your chocolate in my peanut butter.
I love the roll and joke with it. It's so funny.
You never have to apologize for your belly. Not here.
He's in the building.
I sent Leroy the link through
Scalzo said, "I
Facebook
apologize
Messenger.
for the fat belly attacking the chief. It's out of control."
Scalzo's the fucking greatest, man.
So he's in here. Did somebody send him a somebody send him an invite?
I sent to just now. I sent on Facebook Messenger to Leroy. Let me see.
I have Scalzo's phone number. I'll text him the link. Hold on.
Oh yeah. Send him the link in case he wants to hop in.
Beware of the attack belly.
Oh my God.
You share that right now? No.
If it growls, get out of the way.
I'm looking for more chat here. Okay. I thought it said that in the chat. If it growls, get out of the way. That was amazing. That was pretty amazing. And the chief's like, "Did you see this? Did you get that on video?" Yeah, we got it all on video. It doesn't look good for you.
Yeah, it's like, yeah, he's actually
And that's
recording the
what
whole
really
thing.
did that, though, because he knew that was like the stupidest thing ever to have come out here. You know that?
Well, it was weird because he tried to make a distinction between like Charlie and the rest of us. Like, Charlie's filming too, and then oh, you happy? You happy with this dude? And then he's like, well, these guys are out of control. So you're trying to pick on everyone and then do a separation. You're just attacking everyone in sight.
I know Leroy too is working on a different township. What township is Leroy working on? He's in Union, right?
Union City.
Yeah, I have a couple issues up there going on.
Yeah, I think that's the 7th. Union City's the 7th.
Okay, and that includes the mayor, right?
That's got my Mayor Stack is there.
Not just the mayor; he's the senator, the mayor, and the head of the Judiciary Committee. All three branches of government he controls.
And I absolutely believe that because I have a case that I'm advocating for CPS up in there, and it went pretty well. And then all of a sudden, an illegal arrest warrant went out. We couldn't figure out how a municipal judge managed to get an out-of-state warrant put through. But now that makes a lot of sense.
That's some serious power.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, that's an incredible amount of power.
Serious overreach.
Incredible amount of power.
Remember that show? Oh God, with the two twins, and if the car came up with who was the damn judge? But he was the judge, the mayor, the everything of the town. The two big fat twins. You guys, it's funny. Oh my God.
I know there's some towns where the prosecutor is a prosecutor in one county, and then he's a defense attorney in a different county.
Yeah.
I just sent Scalzo a invite.
Too, and then a commissioner in another one. So yeah, they just keep going with that. Not only that, but you have judges that retired, came back, double dipping. Like for real. This is out of control. This is the weaponized judiciary system. It's what we're dealing with. Weaponized system, 100%. And that's the whole point right now is to shine a light on it so that hopefully our children and their children don't have to go through this again. Our children aren't smart enough to fight this. We have to do it.
Stack is the most powerful politician in the entire state as he picks all the prosecutors and all the judges and many of the boards, Leroy says.
Really?
Leroy, you coming back in the chat?
Yeah, he probably is. That's probably a fair assessment. The most powerful.
Maybe he can get us home grow. Can Stack get us home grow?
So he gets to stack it. He gets to stack New Jersey then.
Yeah, he stacks it up. Yeah.
Yeah, he's stacking it. Stacks the deck, right?
In the words of Whitney Houston, Stack is whack.
Yeah, but that basically is named,
Or Lion Brian, I think Leroy likes to call him. I like that one too.
Oh, he stacked it all right. Follow the money trail.
Because they each have each other's back. It's a machine, and they're just cogs in a machine. And if they're gone, another cog will replace that cog because they're all looking to get on.
And
that
any threat, and what they consider agitators at the formula, they'll stop at no cost. Suppress those voices, suppress those rights, try to divide these groups. All of these things, all these tactics are happening in real time on a big level.
Well, you'll even see that where they're trying to suppress you anywhere out here. you know, Facebook #1. You know, you can't speak out against certain things; they'll take you down. Same thing, YouTube rules now. But there's also other things that they're not. If they can do all this to everybody else just to protect these guys, but they can't do it to find the child traffickers out here. That's the most ridiculous thing ever.
Mikey, you there?
Yep.
Are you going to start up a channel? The Bongholio channel?
You know, the only reason why I haven't already is because, I mean, this is many, many, many years of doing so much great stuff, right? And it's like the kind of thing where when you're watching some craziness, right? And you're like, oh, I should film this. And then you didn't. And so much crazy shit happened. And you're like, oh, I already missed all the gold. But then you realize this whole time I'm supposed to be filming, this is a constant train wreck or whatever you want to call it. Eyes going to be on this. Like, I feel like I missed my opportunity every single step of the way, and it's been a never-ending thing of that. You know.
I think now's the opportunity, brother.
It's never too
Well,
late.
to be honest with you, a lot of it now I have free time ever since I got laid off of work. So
Right.
things are a little bit different now. My time management is completely flipped. So I am using that to my advantage. So, you know, maybe that's something that's in the works, you know, maybe I would do that.
Do it like cartoon style with like memes and shit, like something off the wall.
You know, my problem is I'm not really too hip to, like, I don't know how to do any of that kind of stuff. You know, the video editing, like I literally am still programmed like it's 1989. Like, I like that we do the face stuff, even though my face is off right now. You know, some form of like real communication or whatever. But it's still like a hard transition.
You just post it raw. I mean, so like Christo doesn't really do much video editing or anything like that. He posts the whole thing start to finish. Really doesn't really do much editing. But I mean, I think now's the time to do it. I mean, Christo inspired me to do it, and I mean,
Yeah.
I hope you get to do it as well.
Yeah, I'm glad I'm glad you did a channel too, you know. I love that.
I'm definitely happy about it. Christo helped me get. I had like 5 followers on YouTube, and now I have like 155 now in like a week, which is pretty cool. So that was awesome.
Yeah, I mean, throughout all this stuff, while fighting these corrupt councils and government all across the country, the state, wherever you are, wherever your efforts are, you know, attending to, one of the best parts for me is that chain reaction, seeing people like you start a channel, you know, knowing that other people are watching it and getting upset, and maybe they want to make a phone call since they can't come to the meeting because they live in Texas. But then you got a guy in Texas who does come to the meeting. You know, some pretty wild turnout with everything that happened here. But the best part for me is that chain reaction, because it's those stories you don't know about, the conversations that are had that you're not in the same room. You know, the chain reaction has been nothing but positivity. And I don't even know if any of us can understand to which depth it's had in recent months. So I'm happy about that.
I definitely agree. It's been definitely a domino effect, like you said. I mean, one person shares the word, on another person shares the word. It's just getting the word out to as many people as we can, and I think that's the best thing that we can do as Americans, because a lot of people don't know what's going on at these meetings, and a lot of the times, you know, they're not broadcasted in certain towns, and I mean, for people to actually see what the hell is going on in their town and what's going on around them, I think is really important. So, I mean, Christo opened up a wide eye to me, because I've been watching him throughout all the years, and all the shit that he's been saying, it's been real stuff. And I mean, you can see it in your own town. And I mean, I do definitely understand what you were saying earlier about, you know, I live in Egg Harbor Township. I don't think I am gonna do this in Egg Harbor Township. You know what I mean? I work in Egg Harbor Township. I live in Egg Harbor Township, and I'm not too sure I'd want to do it. You know what I mean?
It's a matter of figuring out what's worth your energy and what makes the most sense. You know what I mean? If, like I said, I've been through my own form of retaliation and stuff like that. If someone says something like that, I have nothing but understanding of it. With Christo, I'm like, I don't know how he holds himself so well with everything that he's been through and everything like that, but that's beyond admirable. And I'm more than happy to try to help him with everything.
What's going on, Scalzo? How we doing?
Pretty good.
Scalzo
and Duff.
and
Let's
the
go.
Mayor
What's up,
Slayer.
Duff?
What? Boom, boom.
Greetings,
Hell
everybody.
yeah.
Greetings, everybody. I hear I'm famous all of a sudden. Myself and my
You
belly.
are.
Not your belly is.
Your belly might be famous.
So
You became famous in one belly bop.
Your way.
Join me. I'm going to the gym and I'm eating better, so that'll be gone soon. No kidding.
No, that's what we like about you. That's what we like about you, man. It's gotta stay.
Exactly. It's my trademark
That's
now.
a famous belly now.
Yes.
Like Chris Farley, whatever. I'm stuck with it. Anyway, yeah, that was a bizarre situation with the chief. That we'll find out later on. I think probably Leroy explained that he was trying. It seemed like he was trying to rile people up a bit, or he was clearly not communicating properly, and just getting into people's faces, not listening. And he actually did it a second time where he walked past me and he goes, you're too close to me. And I'm like, what? So he's either the world's most cowardly man, or he's lying. You know, I don't know what the deal is.
I mean, it really looked like that he kind of walked into you.
Well, he did, because I stopped. If you're doing slow motion, which we did.
Yeah, you stopped. He turned into you.
Right, and then I started moving back before he even touches me with his forearm, and then I back up a whole bunch. It was really just an accident, because he was actually talking to me, or I was talking to him right before that, about, because he was telling people to leave, and I said, there's still like a bunch of people here already. Why do we have to leave? He's targeting specific people that are associated with Christo or you guys specifically, because everyone else, there were like 30 people there. You know, why is he targeting just certain people?
He didn't really bother Charlie.
Charlie, I guess. Yeah, for whatever reason they pretend to like him. I don't know if they actually do or not, or They try to act civilized like the chief, but he's clearly not. He's a little out there.
Well, that was what was kind of funny to watch. I mean, you were being so rational and logical. You were applying logical, rational, like talking to him calmly. Everything that he was saying wasn't being given to him. So that was the irony of the whole exchange verbally between the two of you. You were being nothing but kind and considerate.
Yeah, and he was using it's called projection, where he accused me of trying to aggravate him. Well, when that's what he was doing. Like he was like, because I kept asking him a couple questions, like what I don't remember what it was. I have to check the video again. And he just kept walking away and saying, he said that he doesn't care what I think about anything. I'm like, okay, but you don't have. He's choosing to speak to us, and then when we respond, he gets upset.
Yeah. And you made the comment like, oh, I try to change my tone of voice and I try to change the way I speak and I can't get through to you and talk to you. And, you know.
Yeah, he's a bit of a psycho, I've noticed. He look in his face, I think it's called like a psychopath. He doesn't really understand emotion, because he kept getting upset, or not getting upset, but he kept getting triggered when people would get emotional. Like Leroy, he was saying, Leroy was saying he's not acknowledging that this, that, and the other thing, and the chief would just ignore it and not understand that. Just because people are upset doesn't mean it's a bad thing. It's actually people being honest. And the chief wasn't really wasn't registering with him. He just kept kind of glancing past it.
The chief just wants to keep up with his dyed hair. He's trying to be young again.
I've seen people on methamphetamines have more control than he had that day.
Yeah. I guess he was getting riled up, so he thought everyone else was riled up, but really, no one really was. Oh, and he kept lying.
Leroy is heated, but we understand why. The councilman called a point of order, but I don't even know why. We didn't even hear why he called a point of order.
Right. And then it goes to recess, and then it gets shut down immediately after the meeting. And the chief was taking things out of context, or out of the timing was wrong. He says, everyone kept getting up and getting over here, and I have to explain to the chief. It's like, no, that was after the recess. After the recess and after the meeting was shut out, that's when people started getting up and walking around. So he tried to switch everything around. So you guys all got up here, started getting upset, and then we had to shut the meeting down because you guys, I was like, no, it's reversed. They shut the meeting down, and then everyone get upset. It's like, and then they blame everyone for getting upset. So it's like, what is that called? The term Christo used, gaslighting. That's literally gaslighting.
Right, and not only that, but that there was showing their pettiness too, of how far they would go. You know?
I'm back. Hi, Scalzo. Hi, Pat.
Yo. Hey, Pat, what was your take on the whole thing?
I've never found anytime I've noticed somebody post their belly, never threatening. That was the first I saw.
Pat, you're in and out.
Can you hear me?
You're breaking up, Pat.
Well, that sucks.
We heard that.
First,
Yeah, we heard that loud and clear. Try it again.
Oh, that's allowed.
That's the first time I'd ever seen the. Let me open the app. Let's see if that works.
It's clear right now.
Yeah, that was good just then, though. It seemed like it started freezing when you picked it up and put it close to you.
Is that better?
There you go.
I'm on with 2 people now, but can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah, we can hear you.
See, I I was watching the video live. I actually tuned in live. I was lucky enough to literally catch Leroy as he walked up, and I was really sad I wasn't there. But that was the first time I had ever seen anybody identify a Pillsbury Doughboy belly poke as an assault. Generally that is followed by a giggle and some cookies.
Right.
So that was tough for me. I've been the witness of many violent assaults.
I think that's why he got his panties in a bunch, was because it looked so ridiculous and he knew it afterwards.
Oh, that's why he asked, do you have that on video? And he thought to himself, oh shit.
Oh shit, right. Like now I have to act, like a badass, because that was just totally stupid and uncalled for, being a chief of police. How can you even think of something like that? But
well, because how can they think something like that? That's how they think.
His panties in a bunch. He got butt hurt.
That's how they think.
Yeah.
That's how cops think. They wait for the opportunity. And then, you just put your hands on me. Now it's your ass, buddy.
But it's pretty shocking how quick they are to lie, like instantly.
Oh,
I mean, it's
so
amazing.
Good at it too.
And actually, I have another 2 more camera angles to check because I had my camera in the back of the room, and I think I may have gotten him actually poking my belly. So I have to see if I can find that. I have to go through the footage.
Do you have a link? Do you have a link to that?
Well, no, it's still on my camera. I have to transfer it over because I have a DSLR.
Scalzo, can you see when Joan Danielson entered the room? The assemblyman entered the room at some point. Do you have him entering the room on any cameras?
I must have I'm pretty sure I do have to go through it. I'm pretty sure.
Mikey, you got our answer, Mikey.
Yeah, because it's the one thing we haven't been able to just figure out at what point he entered the room. Because he wasn't there too much earlier. Once he got recognized, he didn't do anything. He just left the room after that.
Is he friendly with Charlie or not? Is that the guy? Or is he just because what I say is he walked to where Charlie was and he stood in front of his camera for a while and then left. I don't sure if that was on purpose or just an accident.
He is friendly with him. I mean, they've known each other for a while because he's been coming to these meetings.
So maybe it was an accident then, because you never know. I've seen people do that before. They stand in front of your camera and they're just being jerks, but maybe it was just being clumsy. But there's a whole new people. I'm trying to figure out who they are.
He had something to say to Coyle in private, apparently.
I hate when people speak in private. What's the deal with that? Well, that's been on forever. But all these secret conversations, what are they trying to hide? It's just the little like maneuvers they're doing.
He's a busy guy.
You ain't in it. That's what that
Yeah,
is.
like he's a busy guy.
That assemblyman
come out to. What would he come out to a meeting for? He's busy.
He should have been home with his family eating dinner.
Right.
That's that dude. Who's the guy that's running that party there? Kevin, what's his name?
McCabe.
Yeah. So that's the message coming from McCabe.
Mm-hmm.
So that they send in the congressman and he comes in and he brings him back. Says, listen, here's what we're gonna do. Just shut this thing down. See, they realized they gave another window into the ridiculousness of Edison by putting the camera angle back on the citizens, which completely opened their face through that whole move.
I don't even think they put him back, did they, guys?
Yeah, they did.
They put it back, but then they took it away a few times. Like halfway through Leroy's speech, they took it away. They started to talk about the allegations that the woman made against Sam.
That's not the real camera angles. That's they just showed our backs and the faces of the
so
council.
they used to be able to see from the front.
Correct.
Yeah.
but at the same time, even the back showed the ridiculousness of what was happening.
It did.
Sure.
And
Yeah,
you know,
but didn't they say in the last meeting before that one that they were going to put the camera angles back to the way they were and not,
Yeah.
Yep.
what they said is they were going to put the back camera angles
On the
back
public.
to showing the audience members while they spoke. But
they should do
but
picture
at
in
the
picture.
same time, it's listen. I'm telling you, it's a good. All these are good. I mean, that's what I was telling Christo when they passed this law. Like he was so mad. I'm like, no, let them pass the law.
That's
But
right.
they keep walking into their own own demise.
I said the
So I
same.
mean, that thing with that police chief, I believe that the way that video goes down, you have every right to charge him with some type of a defamation or
Well,
like a
for myself, I'm definitely going to do an IA complaint and see how that goes. And I'm assuming because we know that he lied a couple times. I want to see if they actually include that in the internal affairs, just as a test. And according to Christo, it takes 3 years to get a response because they try to cover it up. So I'm actually curious how they handle something that's clearly wrong.
You live in Edison?
No, I don't. I travel down there just to help
We
out.
need a Tron. Who's got a Tron?
But Pat, the assemblyman being there, I had the same thoughts he sent in from McCabe, and for that exact reason. But the thing is, once he got acknowledged before public comments, he got put in the record and then left the room. He didn't watch anything happen. Like he had to go home and attend to other business. He shouldn't have been there in the first place.
Sure
So
he
we're
did.
trying to figure out at what point did he enter the meeting because he wasn't there the whole time.
Mikey, he was.
He was there the whole. He was there during.
Yeah, I can even point you. Leroy Truth is backstage. I can even point you out where he is in Charlie's videos as the commotions are going on.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he stayed the whole time. And after the meeting, he was talking to he's out in the hallway talking to Margot and maybe John. I don't know.
Oh, you're kidding me! I didn't know that at all.
What's going on, Leroy?
Hey, hello there, everybody.
Leroy is in the car.
Scalzo,
Not in the house, it's the car.
I love you, man. And Scalzo's new to this. He's always been in the background, and I've seen him grow and evolve. And we've known each other maybe 2 years now, Scalzo, right?
Probably going on 3 at this point, but it's a good amount of time.
I thought
Right.
Scalzo was working for the other side when I first saw him taking pictures of us. I said, "Who's that guy?"
Well, I do that. That's why I wear a suit and tie because no one knows who you are. It's kind of like you're in stealth mode. Like people think they don't know what's going on. That's kind of nice. And plus, they give you automatic respect right up front. So, and then they realize I guess I'm not really a pushover, even though I'm soft spoken usually. So, but there's different techniques.
We saw that push. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah, no, I've watched you bloom over with Leroy. I was telling Left the other day. I was like, have you watched the progression of Scalzo through Leroy's videos? Like, he's come a long way in a short time.
It's strange. It's strange to see people that have actually watched these videos and with the press conference with Leroy Truth and Sean was there, Long Island, everyone else. I spoke there. The only problem, I'm kind of a marble mouth, but if I force myself, I can kind of force myself through it, and I'm getting better and better.
Hell yeah, man!
So I guess we'll see how it goes. Most of you guys
I'm the
there
same
are
way.
pretty good.
I get nervous at these meetings, like
Right.
even speaking. I'm gonna try. I'm gonna keep doing it and getting better. But it is nerve wracking to get up there and speak. You know what I mean?
Right.
People tell me all the time. They're like, "How do you get up there and do that? How do you get up there and play a song? This and that." I said, "Little by little." I one day never expected to speak at a meeting. Try it out.
Yeah. Yeah, when I'm speaking in small groups, I'm fine. And obviously, you guys have a lot more experience.
It's better. It's better than crack.
It is. It's
It
better
is.
than every drug.
Best
And the thing
high
is,
ever.
Scalzo, you're a great example for everybody because how do you get great at anything? You got to do it more. And you can, and you keep assessing, you keep reflecting. What did I do well? What didn't I do well? How can I get better? Which I do too. And Scalzo and I always talk about things. And what did I do well? What can I do better? Because we're all evolving, we're all growing. And I want every man, every woman USA to see Scalzo and say, look, here's where he started. He's a passionate advocate of freedom, and he's made himself speak, even though he was very uncomfortable initially. And the more he does it, the more comfortable he gets, just like anything. So I'm really proud of you, Scalzo, and you
I
made
am
a
too, man.
freaking huge difference. And for those who just joined us, I shared this earlier. Yeah, excellent. Just from Scalzo, you know, and what happened is to give context to why the chief Tom Bryan, low life scumbag, went after Scalzo. I shared this earlier, but we have a lot of other people on here now. Is I was told by some very good unnamed sources when they did the recess, when Nish Patel called the recess, that was in an attempt to regroup. And when the chief went into the private chamber, shall we say, he was told by Nish Patel, and I got this directly from someone who heard it. He said, Nish Patel said to the chief, "You need to remove Leroy Truth." And the chief said, "But I can't remove Leroy Truth. He didn't do anything wrong. ... However, once he left the chambers, his mission was to attempt to bait me so he could, in his mind, legitimately arrest me. I didn't take the bait. He went after Charlie. He went after everyone. Eventually, he focuses more on Scalzo than anyone. And he tried to set Scalzo up. And it's no different than when a cop knocks someone to the ground and cracks their head open and they're unconscious, like he did to Carolina in Fort Worth. And then after they're unconscious, this cop is screaming at them, "Stop resisting, stop resisting." You know, when they're in a coma, that's what he did with Scalzo.
100%.
You hit me.
Yeah,
And
he was
jumped
looking
away.
for a scapegoat.
Yep, exactly. And he thought Scalzo was an easy target, but little did he know he is a ferocious soul inside his very quiet exterior.
Right, 'cause I don't like bullies in any form. So whatever form they come in, I just don't like. I like people that can have conversations, that can interact using words. I see Sam, the mayor, Sam, as somewhat of a bully. The way that was one of the things I wanted to speak about at the meeting. This Dunkin' Donuts situation where Sam Joshi, the mayor, has an Instagram photo op, and he just calls up his people, call up the owner, or whatever, try to get Christo removed. And I want to give and well, he shipped in busting these special needs kids for the photo op. So Sam Josie's doing all these photo ops, and he's kicking his political critics out of the Dunkin' Donuts. So I want to talk about that, and I want to give. You have to like spoon feed these politicians the example. So I was like, oh, Nesh Patel and Mr. Police Chief, if you were there off duty, and you were kicked out by cops, and then you find out later it was the mayor's photo op, would you be upset at that? And I was expecting them to ignore it, but clearly they would be upset about it. I was going to give other examples, but I'm thinking, why is the mayor doing that? And that's a form of bullying. And I'm trying to find, and there's other examples of that as well that go on. And I think the meeting after that.
I mean, you can look at every meeting and see freaking Christo get bullied. But I like it best when Lefty came up to the meeting and says, I hate bullies and I'm gonna stand up for Christo. So I appreciate Lefty for saying that as well.
You know what I just noticed? You know what I just noticed? If you go on Mayor Sam Joshi's Facebook page right now, for me, you know what it says for me? Mayor Joshi limited who can comment on this post. I cannot comment. John Snow commented. He said, so over 24 hours for residents to have water back, unacceptable. Steve Ronco then commented, what about your rape allegations? What the fuck? I can't fucking comment. Can you guys please go on Mayor Sam Joshi's Facebook page and see?
Again, they don't know the people you have behind you. They think he can just pick on you, and he's been successful for 2 years, but those days are over now. You know, and other people he can't pick on as well. It's that's why you need people to back you up.
Yep. And I don't know how many of you have seen. You all got to be an Edison, New Jersey taxpayers private Facebook page. And Crystal, thank you for originally inviting me. And it is an awesome page. And someone sent me the meme about Councilman John Joyner dressed like Benedict Arnold. So I just posted in it maybe an hour ago in Edison Taxpayers Facebook page. And we're going to organize a protest at his house, a peaceful protest at his house, and demanding he resign. And because he's one of the people who voted for the flag ban, and I've heard he's the weakest link, and he's considering resigning, or he's kind of having enough of it.
He definitely is.
Once he resigns, there's no more majority that Joshi has. That majority's gone, and so he's the lowest hanging fruit as far as helping him to realize he is not suited for this position, and always in a peaceful manner.
and he needs to resign and move on to his life and be corrupt and a coward in other areas, maybe as a Subway sandwich guy or something. So
did you see any of the videos when he was the council president? He was terrible.
No.
Worse than Nesh Patel or just as bad?
I just went on Facebook. I can't comment on that post either. It says the same thing.
There you go. Are you signed in now? Try to make sure you sign in properly. Is there like a joining?
Which is illegal. They can't legally block people from a public Facebook page, and that's another lawsuit.
And it shows their lack of character as well. Like, look at all the people we have here. We have Christo here. I'm not afraid that he's going to say anything that's going to ruin me or anyone else. We're not afraid because we can handle conversation, and these other politicians can't. You know, and I hear about Mayor Sam's past, and he kind of like his previous job. It was like a bank, and the bank it went out of business or something, or doing something illegal. So he's doesn't seem like even a high quality person. Like if he was applying for a job, I don't think I would hire Sam Joshi for any job.
I can't post on there either. It says limited.
And then when it comes to the assault, the sexual rape survivor, for example, is when I had interviewed her and she was telling myself and Councilman Brescher that when she was drinking the drinks, 2 of them tasted off. And I said, it sounds like he drugged you, because if it's a combination that you don't like the taste of, you don't say it tastes off, you say it's a drink I don't like. And then when Long Island Audit and I and Scalzo and Brescia were having lunch a few weeks ago, Long Island Audit was looking up here more about Sam Joshi, and we found at least 3 of his emails: chemist@aol.com, chemist222020@aol.com, chemist2020@hotmail.com. Freaking chemist! It sounds like he Bill Cosby'd her. Chemist, and drinks taste off, and she felt like she was going to die within minutes. You don't feel like you're going to die when you have a couple drinks.
A Freudian slip.
Right, and that doesn't mean he did drug anybody, but it means he had the ability to, because he's calling himself chemistry guy at hotmail.com or Gmail, whatever it is, and so that's something to look into. There's no evidence of that as of now, but
absolutely, it's to add to the allegations. Again, we always say these are allegations. This is not proof. It is not our job to prove any of this. It's our job to expose this information, and then an actual independent prosecutor and investigators to look at it, and they're the ones who need to find the proof. That's not our job.
But even using alcohol, he clearly is like alcohol enthusiast, according to the woman. He has so much alcohol everywhere, and he tries different mixtures of different things. And that's clearly an attempt to get a woman drunk and take advantage, which is sleazy. It's a dirtbag thing to do. Whether something it gets the level of illegality or not, it's certainly sleazy and awful. Like I've never been interested in that, and it's just sleazy. So I don't see why he would be respected in any form as a mayor or anything. And obviously, we think it goes beyond sleaze, the way she described it. You know.
But the thing is, if a man has sex with a woman when she is extremely inebriated and does not have the capacity to consent, that is considered rape. It's clear. It's happened.
And she's throwing
thousands
up.
of times.
Ugh, it's clearly not. And she even said she never would have agreed to it if she wasn't drunk like that. And I guess you have to watch we should repost the interview of her, Leroy, maybe in a different form, so more people can see it.
Yeah, I want to shorten it up, and then we can repost it. Yeah.
Right. It just shows his character. They're just, again, taking advantage of people that he thinks are weaker than him, which he does with Christo, and he has other people do it in other forms. I don't know, and then stepping away from that in a more political sense, the fact that he doesn't show up to any of these meetings at all, we should try making an appointment to speak to him, Leroy, at his office. Let's see what he does.
Oh, yeah. I'm going to call tomorrow and see if I can make an appointment. And here's the thing, everybody. With all these allegations that I brought forth, has Mayor Sam Joshi ever said, no, he didn't rape that woman? That's so simple. Yeah. He didn't call a press conference and say, these are lies. I want an investigation. I'm open to an independent investigator, and I categorically deny what she's saying. He hasn't said it. I mean, that's like politics 101. So that makes him look even guiltier.
Agreed. Did he work at a bank?
Well, that's what Richard Brescher was telling us a little bit of his past. That's what he said. It was some form of, I don't know if it was a bank or a financial institution of some sort. If that's not true, let me know. But supposedly, you know.
There's a
Hey,
paper
who's the
trail there.
council person? Who's the council person that you said is thinking about quitting?
John Pointer. I heard he's on the edge, and we want to organize a peaceful protest in front of his house, which we have a First Amendment protected right to do, and he's a public official, government official, and just demanding he resign. And so check out the post in Edison, New Jersey Taxpayers, and if anyone is not in that, if you'd like to be, message here, and maybe someone who has admin capability can let you in there. It's a great group, and great group.
In Tabernacle, New Jersey, something similar happened where they were trying to tear down the town hall, and it was a 3-2 vote. There's 2 very adamantly against it, one that was 3 for it, and I was able to remove the one because I found information that she had said about her constituents that was just absolutely egregious. So maybe we should do a deep dive on Mr. Pointer and find out any information that he might not want to get out there. And give him the opportunity not to get out there by coming to the side of the good.
Right. Yep. Excellent idea. Excellent idea.
I like that.
Because I mean, if that's the way you push some of these people over the edge, is by saying, listen, number one, you're not a squeaky clean person up there, and I don't think any of that's very important to the public. But I do think this issue is important. So, how politically are you going to be swayed by this? Aren't you already embarrassed politically? Aren't you? You know what I mean? So I think if somebody's ready to flip, it's time to bring them to the other side. Sometimes you have to do it with a little bit of salt. So I'll include some salt for him.
Yeah, I think it's a great idea.
Should look up this guy and see what we can find on his past, and then
right,
and just listen. We're exposing Sam Joshi, right? He probably feels like hell right now, right? I mean, he's probably never gone through something like this.
No, he's a sociopath, is what I gather. So he doesn't feel anything. So in other words, this is white noise to him. And my sense, I don't know him personally, but my sense, everyone I've spoken with, and his actions and lack of deniability on all this, he seems to be possibly a classic sociopath narcissist. So he has no emotion. This doesn't bother him, and he's just looking strategically.
I think you're wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think
could be.
I think even especially narcissists, they can't take being called out publicly. It's to them it's like it's fire on their wound. I mean, it's so you got to realize narcissists like to control narratives, and right now he's not. And
No. The narrative's out of their control, but we also have to bring forth Art Cifelli, and I've been getting more and more about him because what I heard, someone contacted me today, and they said, Leroy, the real reason they shut you down. Now, I'm not saying this is true or not. This is what they said. They were really clear from their perspective. And they said the real reason they shut you down is you said Art Cifelli.
When you said that name, Leroy, I thought the meeting was going to be shut down within 5 seconds.
Yeah.
So that's the interesting. He's like a George Norcross type of that area, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yep.
Yeah. So.
And so he wants to be in the shadows. Yeah.
These they are in the shadows, but when you bring them out into the light, they scurry like cockroaches. So that's why that guy, the assemblyman, showed up.
And that's the question. Everyone was asking me, including Rich Brescher. He didn't know why did that assemblyman show up? Why? Didn't make any sense.
Yeah, that was McCabe and Cifelli saying, "Hey, why don't you go see what's happening and how we can shut this thing down?"
Yeah.
So that I tell you, I think. By the way, Christo, I know you've been, like, hey man, why am I not getting my due on this? Like, the due in all this, and I'm telling you, it's still to come, and it's not for you, it's for them. So I really do think that there's going to be a full expose or exposure of what's happened, and I think we have to help find you a good civil attorney to actually sue them.
Right. Yes.
I think that should be one of the missions of this group. is to locate a civil attorney who will take pro bono his case, because his case is I mean, it's pretty.
It's a strong case. I mean, a really strong case.
I want that for Christo more than anything.
Well, let's put a call out to a civil attorney who is a missionary. Because as I've been looking for attorneys in my work, he point blank wouldn't take a phenomenal slam dunk case. He said, "Listen, I'm not going to go against these local people because they can hurt him." And he says, "There's two kinds of attorneys: ones that want to make the money, and ones who are mission attorneys." He says, "You need, Leroy, a mission attorney, and that's what Christo needs. He needs a mission attorney. There's nothing wrong with money by any means." But he needs someone, regardless of the money. But there's an end of the rainbow for Christo, because there is a big freaking possible settlement, big one. We're talking so many things that they've done wrong and unlawful and criminal in conspiracy against Christo, that any mission attorney, has a pretty good payday if they're good and really
Especially
support
considering
Christo.
What about the one where he was like he got slammed against the wall for calling the cop a scumbag? I mean that in itself is
that in itself,
cut and dry.
Right, and they put him in a compliance hold, which created great pain for him as well, to torture him.
That was 2021. I mean, it's 2024. We're going into 2025. Just a little timeline for all the shit he's gone through.
Is going to change a lot of things. We have to remember that. Okay. Once the exposure and Doge kicks in, Maha kicks in, Trump puts out the termination list, a lot of this is all going to change. The thing is to hang in and keep it going.
Don't count on that.
See how no, we're seeing it. We're seeing it. Okay.
Long Island Audit said he was going to do a video on Christo getting slammed in for calling the cop the scumbag. Let's see if he does it, because that would get a lot of exposure for him to get a lawyer. I really do hope he does that. He said he would, so let's see if he does.
That would be nice.
Yeah, I'll talk to Sean about that. I'll see what his schedule is for that, because that's a huge story, especially considering that those charges were dropped as well, I believe.
Right. So I mean, I'm hoping that like maybe we can get him a lawyer. I mean, even if we all post like GoFundMe's to help try and fund this lawyer, or I mean, we were talking earlier about trying to do a lawsuit. What was the lawsuit? $250. I mean, between us all, we can come up with $250. What was that for, Shar?
OPMA violations.
OPMA violations.
Get that in. So, but I can help out too. We'll be okay with that. That's that's peanuts compared to what we're really dealing with him. But honestly, the January.
But like everybody said, it's like you said earlier, it's a stack on a stack on a stack. It all needs to go.
It has to be on top of the rug, not under the rug. As long as, listen, here's another thing people don't understand. Like I did when I went up there, right? I spoke off of things on purpose just to have it on record. Follow me? So even if your topic is about one thing, but you want another point thrown in there, right? Just say it out loud. If it hits your head while you're up there, just say it out loud. It's caught, right? So now it gets back out here with everybody. So it really doesn't matter. See what just happened with the belly incident? That's caught. They can't not deny that now, right? That's what I'm saying. The guys going in with the mask, bang, bang, holio, them doing what they all did, right? Then you had Duff that went on. See how that kept going? Because their momentum kept it going, right? Had nothing to do with the flag. It really didn't, okay? The props were them. They were the props. They were human props, and they couldn't deal with it. That's what happened, okay? So from that, they had to find another way. And that's where the flag came in. All of a sudden, a guy in his suit's holding a flag, and now all of a sudden it's a big deal. No, it was a big deal when the guy started singing. It was a big deal when they started disrupting the way they needed to get their way into that meeting, to get their voices through art and brought into there. Okay? That was human art that they were expressing. All of a sudden, you're not allowed to do that either. Am I correct? Okay.
There was a puppet involved.
Absolutely, that's art.
The puppet was very threatening.
Are you kidding me? There was a mask that ended up in there, which has symbolism, and they didn't like that symbolism. That symbolism was very strong. Okay, so we know how this all fell apart and how it went. Okay, but before that, things were going wrong because he was just exposing things they didn't want exposed. And they clearly said it. $100,000 to shut this kid up is what they said. And it's the truth. Now, if they're going that far, and Christo knows it, listen, when I got a phone call from Christo that said, Shar, I don't know what to do. Can you help me? I've been with this kid since he went out on the street the first time. We've been out here with him, and I said, Christo, we won't let you down, but we'll be there. That means when I came out here and we spoke, I did a couple of interviews with him. I came out here and asked people to please stand with him when he first came back. Did I not, guys? It was me with him up here saying, can you please help him out? Listen, you all need to have channels. You all need to stick together because if one goes down, there's got to be more behind them for them to know we're not going down. You could take one, you ain't going to take us all. And
Now this is like you said. Now we see what's going on. I mean, they can't just. They're not going to be able to take him down because then there's a Scalzo, then there's then there's a Mikey, then there's a Leroy, then there's a Long Island audit. We're all coming. We're all coming.
It's important to mention that when we got to that meeting on Tuesday, I could not believe there was only 2 cops in the room. That we just went from a packed house full of undercover cops. Overtime, paying out the ass cops to be at a meeting. There was only 2 cops at that meeting. I haven't seen 2 cops since the first time I was there in April.
Well, they probably didn't budget for multiple meetings. They probably thought it'd be 1 or 2 meetings, and now it's on to the 3rd meeting, then the 4th meeting at some point.
Under your budget too.
And
Under
they're
your
like,
budget
oh,
now.
yeah. So now the cops aren't being assigned because then it's going to get ridiculous. This is going to be obviously
Budget
ridiculous.
on the 11th.
I mean, they can't keep trying to throw an overwhelming police presence at every meeting and expect to have anything happen.
Yeah, they don't budget for that at the beginning of the year. So they
And what's the point of a metal detector? We go through the metal detector and they're still scared of us having guns.
Scalzo, I tried to bring this up to every single time I went in that meeting. I said, what happens if I don't go through the security screen? And you're going to let me in? And he said, no, well, we have to at least pat you down. I said, well, tell me what the law is that says I have to go through a security clearance to enter a public meeting. If there's a law, please let me know what it is. It wouldn't be the first time I didn't know of one. They couldn't provide a law. As far as I'm concerned, it's a 4th Amendment violation. Just to go exercise your First Amendment. And that's a big issue just in itself. But there's so many things happening. And I meant to address it. It got overlooked because then the time went to 4 minutes.
Yeah, the problem is there's so many issues to deal with. Like we got to get to pick our battles. Like I let the guy go through my bag. I didn't say thank you at all. I don't say thank you when they're searching it just because on principle. But it's like you got to choose your battles. I guess maybe that's for another day if you want to do that. See what happens.
Yeah, and that's what I keep saying is I'll get it next time. Get it next time. I keep forgetting to say something about it.
It's all about control. It's all about control.
And they went and they checked my bag. She was like, "You don't have your weapon in here, do you?" I said, "No, I don't." So
I mean, at the end of the day, I don't expect them to do anything about it or care or anything. But I mean, in my eyes, it's a 4th Amendment violation.
Yeah.
You're not letting me in unless I say yes. So I have to exchange my 4th Amendment to exercise my first. It doesn't get any simpler than that to me.
Yeah, Mikey, you're absolutely right. And when I was there, by the way, I kept going ding, 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 and then they asked me to take my jacket off. It's like okay, and I just put my jacket around the metal detector and then said, okay, go in. It's like it was security theater. Now I have a wallet that has a metal zipper that was going off. They didn't even check. My jacket could have been anything in it if they were really serious about security, which is absolute bullshit and a complete violation of our 4th Amendment rights.
And even Leroy, I got up to go to the bathroom. Every time I came out of the bathroom to go back in the meeting, they made me go through it again. I said, guys,
That was the first time. Last time they didn't do that.
Leave the meeting.
Yeah, me too. The same thing. And then the last time, once we were in, we were in. If we went to the restroom or stepped out into the lobby, they didn't make us go through.
Mikey, they think you're
security
planting guns and knives in the bathroom before you come to the meeting.
I mean, and they both said, both officers, because I already told them about how I didn't believe the whole thing was even legal because you're forcing me to do it. And they both said, yeah, no, I know. We think it's ridiculous, too, that we're having to check you every time you come out of the bathroom. Because I said, this is ridiculous. You're making me do this every single time. You know where I just came from.
Yeah,
Robert,
absolutely.
I'm going to answer Robert. Robert, what I have that Christo put out was the Venn Group LLC was sitting with the mayor. That's what he put on his page, and I grabbed it and then researched it a little bit to see what was going on with that. So this Venn Group LLC is has to do with it's a lawyer group too. I mean, they're real estate, they're everything. So there's your organization right there, and that's why I brought up the Chevron laws, right? because there's no more Chevron laws that should be put in place in any community. So, you know, when you look at it like that, it seems like they're still being run by the organizations instead of by the community and by the people. And that's why we say we the people, right? And that's where grassroots comes in. So they're elected officials. Did you elect a Venn Group LLC to be your official?
Well, I think the lawyers just got another year contract, didn't they?
Well, that's my point. My point is, did you elect someone to speak for the people or do the people's job, or is it being run by this Venn Group LLC? Because the Chevron laws no longer are allowed. They have been taken out. So if there's no more Chevron laws on enterprises, so how is this enterprise running Edison? Exactly. Follow the money. That's what we're talking about. That's why they're auditors. This is what they're doing. They're all out here now. These guys, there's a whole group out here now. There's a whole bunch everywhere. They're all over the nation. And this is a track and trace of the money trail to find out what's going on. But still, you're going to come back to the organizations no matter what. That's who's running all these towns. Not no committee sitting up there. Okay? Not only that, but it's the people's money that they're using, as I pointed out. They're using the people's purse to go after everybody. They're using the people's purse for the police to be in there. They're using the people's purse for everything. Then when that people has to come back at them, it's the people's purse that's paying the people. Does that make sense? It's the same money. So it's not coming out of their pocket, so they don't care what they do or how they use it.
Exactly.
Well, y'all have a good night. I'm out.
Good night, Duff.
Good night, Duff.
Peace.
Is that Duff? Well, at this point, guys, like I said, we're to, all of this now, with Christo. Now, I hear he's talking about a lawyer, and you're right. There is mission lawyers. It's hard to find. What we need is a writer that's going to be a grassroots writer, or you can go pro se or pro juris, right? So we can figure that out also and put in his own paperwork and work it that way. But I think he already did have a lawyer at one point, so I'm trying to get that figured out, and that's up to him to how he wants to go with that.
I think that was a criminal lawyer only, though.
Was it? I thought this guy was going to help him out and pick him up because he did file a tort. There is a tort in, supposedly, right? So, but I have somebody that I work with that's out of Tennessee, and they actually just barred her for going after CPS. She was a CPS lawyer, and she was defending a family that their child shouldn't have been taken, and they just barred her. So I'll get with her and see what the possibilities are and who we can trust. That's where you're running into it, who you can trust to write the paperwork to get it in. We also have forms where you can do it yourself and file, and like I said before, now this kid has to get a GoFundMe to file against them, like for real. This is a shame.
Anybody watching, and you feel the need to donate to Christo's channel, and fight his legal battles, he's got links to send him money.
Please do. Please have a good heart. This is for a good cause. He puts it to the right reasons. He can be trusted on it. I know it. I've donated for him also on other things that he's done. And the point is to get the power behind him. Money, you got to fight money with money sometimes, but hopefully, when the way things are changing right now, and lawyers are changing, there is a change of heart in lawyers now. So hopefully we can find one that will stick with us to pull this through. Now, like I said, I do have a couple of people I know that are writers that, the ABA now is calling out the bullshit. So let's see what happens. I'm not talking about the bar anymore. It's now the American Bar Association, not the British Accredited Bar Association. So we'll see if there's going to be changes made. This is not, people think, oh, lawsuit, oh, just do this, do this. It's not that easy. But he has everything wrapped up through video and through witnesses, which is to his advantage.
Yeah, I mean, Scalzo, see if you can reach out to Sean and see if he's still planning on doing it. I know he mentioned it to me. I didn't even ask him about it. He said he wanted to do that
Yeah, I'll ask him
specifically.
what he's working on that, because I think actually I showed that to him in person. I remember when we were eating that one time at the diner, and he's like, "Wow, that's crazy." So I'll touch base with him because that'll be good to bring attention to Christo, but also I think there's an election coming up. I think March, so I think January, February, March might be pretty busy in Edison as well.
Yeah,
Supposedly
it is.
Sean already said publicly that he's planning on coming to Edison and bringing his video truck and some other stuff. And he already said he's backing Richard Brescher for now, I guess Richard Brescher seems like the least bad guy up there. I don't really know him personally, but he seems okay so far.
He's set up for Christo time and time again, like
Right.
literally a bunch of times, and then Christo would cite laws. He said it before, cite laws that he would like do research on and be like, "Well, Christo's right," and he would bring that to the attention of the other council members and be like, "Hey, he's telling you real facts," and he would stand up for Christo, which I really appreciated.
Yeah, he seems like a good guy. Plus the fact that he's willing to have a conversation for like an hour or two with no, no barriers or anything, just whatever you want to talk about. Whereas I don't see. I guess I'll try to have. Maybe I'll reach out to Mayor Sam and see if he wants to meet us at the diner and chat. I don't think he will. He'll probably run.
I don't. He doesn't even show up to his own meetings.
That's what I'm saying. It shows a lack of character on Sam's part. I don't call him Sam. I don't like to call him. I'm trying to find a way to disrespect him. I don't have like a clever name for Mayor Sam Joshi.
Well, Christo calls him Sam the Scam.
Ah, there you go.
I call him Mayor Penis. Mayor Penis for 6 months now.
That's not my style, but feel free for yourself.
That's my angle.
I like Sam the Scam.
We should all have different names for him. That's
a good
awesome.
idea.
One of them will stick in his craw. One of them will.
And again, he brings it on himself. It's like anyone who's nice and a good person doesn't need a nickname to that's how it works. You bring it on yourself. But anyway, back to Richard Brescher. Yeah, so far he seems all right. And we'll anyone else? I guess I don't know. I'm trying to see who the different characters are on the council.
Yeah, my opinion on
So
that.
I mean, the only people that really stuck up for Christo, I mean, is Margot Harris, and then sometimes AJ Patil.
Right, that's the impression I got. They seem okay.
But at the end of the day, and this is just my opinion, obviously, Brescher is the only one that's not being controlled by Kevin McCabe.
Ah, interesting.
I agree with that one.
What about Margot? You think Margot's influenced?
Oh, 100%. But she plays the game. I appreciate her having an open line of communication. That's what you're supposed to do. She's not dumb, and anyone who's dealing with her, I hope they're not dumb either. You know, when you follow the chain a little higher, you can understand what this all means, what their actions all amount to. But and again, that's my opinion. Is Brescher's the only one not controlled by him?
Well, Brescher also brought out where he did an interview that I watched where his family had sold some land for like $200,000, like 9 acres in a lake, and then this other piece of land, same thing, 9 acres in a lake. My opinion, went for like $5 million.
4 point something, yeah, it was like 4.8 or something like crazy.
So I mean, that goes to show you right there, because somebody was like, "Well, they said you donated it." He goes, "Well, let's compare $200,000 to $5 million. I guess we donate." So if you track it, yeah, $4 million was donated then, right? Let's just say his family basically donated $4 million by the specs, right?
Interesting. Oh, did anyone clarify when the 6 minute speaking rule bring it down to the 4 minutes? When was that signed? Supposedly the mayor signed it before they had the public comments. Is that true? Because I think it was the 26th.
Yeah, good question. I still haven't made any heads or tails of that, other than what we had all discussed that one night. I'm still in the belief that it wasn't 20 days, and they just don't care about any of these ordinances anyway. So.
Because walking out of the meeting, one of the maybe it was a clerk or something. She said I believe it was the 26th. The Mayor Sam Joshi signed it, and supposedly 20 days after he signs it is when it goes into effect. But isn't that before they had? When did they have the public comments and the council sign it? Or
it was either the 9th or the 11th.
That's after. So that's after Sam Joshi signed it. But that seems ridiculous. Wouldn't he want to? Wouldn't he want to listen to the opinions of the public before signing?
No, they
Of
wouldn't.
course
He
not.
wouldn't want to do that.
But it's odd how he just signs it and then 20 days from where. But
But even when they enforced Scalzo, when they enforced that prop ban the night when they removed Joel, it wasn't even in effect.
Right. That's why I
that
don't believe
night.
what they're. I don't
So,
really trust the information I'm getting from them.
yeah, it was supposed to be 6 minutes. We all got gypped. It just got overlooked because there was so much going on.
Right. Then
Is
Leroy.
anybody fighting to get that 6 minutes back?
I mean, we're not even getting. Leroy can't even get 4 minutes. He's getting 3
He's
minutes and
got
30.
3:30.
He's down to 3 minutes and 30 seconds now. And
30 seconds.
you can't. That's what I'm saying. You give an inch and they take a mile.
Right.
You know.
Yeah,
It's crazy.
Leroy ends meetings apparently.
Yeah.
Apparently,
so
and
he 30 seconds. Put that on the chart.
And it really shows, back to my point about how you present yourself. He goes up there in a suit and tie, speaks professionally, and they treat him like garbage. So I guess feel free to wear your bong. You're not going to, I mean, it doesn't matter what you wear. They treat you like garbage regardless.
Well, that was the whole point too, was so that, pay attention, because it doesn't matter, does it? Really
And
doesn't.
I'm sure you followed the timeline, Scalzo, but the reason for that bong was because at that point they hadn't come out with a costume ban. It was just a mask ban. So since you could see my face to point out the hypocrisy in what they were doing, let's go in there as bong holio, and then after that it was no costumes.
Right.
Right.
So it was a series of events.
They banned everything that we had done at the previous meeting.
Right.
Right. That's ridiculous. They're just
Well,
trying
not
to.
only that, but you all have to remember, Christo got arrested for not wearing a mask. Remember
Oh,
that.
that's right. That was the original thing.
Right.
That was with the cat.
So here's his point. I get arrested for not wearing a mask. Now that I'm wearing a mask, and there's a problem.
Nish took such a beat down because I remember after the one meeting when he threw out Christopher wearing a mask while wearing a mask, and that had made local papers. I'm just like, man, this is like some big political bruising for him, and that was before the national flag.
Warfare. What a lot.
I want Patel to step down. Honestly,
I told Vinny, I told Patel, he came up to us the one night at the meeting after I was in the bond, and he says, you're one of the most dedicated activists I ever met, and it's just me and him in the parking lot. I said, well, you know what? You're $1 short and a day late, and you ain't seen nothing yet, and I'm going to do everything in my power to make sure that you are never going to be, that you will never have a political office again. And I made sure no one was around, so he knew I was serious with what I was telling him.
He's been honestly the worst council president ever, and he just is so influenced by Mayor Sam Joshi, it's not even funny.
That's what happens when you let the lawyer run the meeting.
Yeah, these lawyers, I've noticed that in New Jersey, they're like little I call like in Union City and West New York, they're little mobsters, and the lawyers act like little mobsters. It's like people think the mob went away. They never did. They just morphed into little governments, little pretend little mobster territories. It's really strange. If you go to Union City, it's seriously a problem there. And the lawyers, it's basically the lawyer and the politician, in that case Brian Stack, work together. Brian Stack appoints them as city attorneys, and then the lawyer funds Brian Stack, and in turn Brian Stack then appoints the same city attorney. It's like a never-ending cycle. It's almost like this laundering scheme where they take the tax dollars
and the prisons are privatized.
Well, that's a whole nother thing as well. That's yeah. There's so many areas where you can go to it as well.
All part of the process.
Well, actually, I don't know what's better, privatized or public or government-run prison. I don't know what's better or worse. That's a different topic. I'm not familiar with that.
Well, privatized, they have to have a contract. In order to have a contract, you have to have bodies to feed it. So therefore, they have to meet the quota. So no matter what, they have to, keep them happy.
Yeah, pretty ugly system.
Well, it's part of it. Same thing as CPS. Contracts, all contracts. So therefore, even if they don't have children that are in need, they actually stepped up their game and they're taking children away from families that shouldn't be taken away. Instead of utilizing the system to help as services, they actually, if you go and ask them for help, they'll tell you you're an unfit parent and take your child no matter what now, because they have to feed the system. It's a commodity to keep the money flow going. It's $1 billion system with these children that they're, cash cowing kids for cash. So, until you learn it, how deep it really is going, like you're saying, then, you'll know what you're walking into. It is a monster. This is a very evil machine. That's right now we're making it squeak a little bit, but that's about it.
Right, and each state is different. Each region has different severities. Yeah. But I guess focusing on locally, what we can fix. I guess it's good to stay focused on what we can fix versus what we can't fix. I mean, but every little bit helps. The more people get on board.
Absolutely, and everybody here together helps.
Yeah, exactly.
Like that's our strength. The people. This is grassroots. This is what grassroots is. Without grassroots and without people standing up, same thing with the masks, same thing with the vaccinations, same thing. And not only that, but they are complicit. All of these people that are sitting up there on that committee meeting that are agreeing to everything that this mayor says, they are complicit. That means they're all guilty.
Mm-hmm. All right, guys. I'm gonna get off the chat here.
Yeah, myself as well. It's nice to talk to everyone.
I'm gonna go smoke some grassroots.
Oh, there you go.
Let us know when that. Yeah, reach out to Sean. Get in touch with me if you can, and then you have my number. And then I guess whenever we go to Pointer's house, it is what it is.
I don't really know anything about that. I tend not to like going to people's houses, but if we can do it in like what I like to do is call the police first and say we're going to this person's house and have
we're
like
going to be peaceful.
I'm sure we'll do that anyway because
because you don't want them to. They like to exaggerate that all these people were threatening the so and so. But if you call the police first and give them a heads up, and then go,
we'll contact the chief.
Right.
Are you planning a parade? Wait, it's a parade, right?
No parade. We're going to contact the chief. Hopefully, we get a hold of him somehow.
Yeah, he's easy to talk to. We'll just reach out to him.
Easy. Yeah, we'll just reach out to him, and then we'll figure it out.
Okay.
That'll work.
Let me know how that goes. Okay, we want to see that live when you do.
Well, we already know it's not going to work, so we're going to have to reach out to somebody else.
Well, thanks everybody. That was a great show, and appreciate all the information that was exchanged tonight. It was really great.
Yeah, that was a great show, guys.
Lefty, thanks for having me.
Thank you. Also, please reach out to me. Send me a Facebook friend request or Instagram, whatever you use.
I'm Vincent Caputo on Facebook. I'm friends with you.
I got you already. Scalzo, I need you though, brother. I need you. And if you have
Scalzo, I need you too. I have everybody else. I don't have Scalzo. I don't think. Are you on Facebook, Scalzo?
You got a belly page?
Sort of. Mostly on you.
We need an OnlyFans for Scalzo's belly.
Yeah. Oh my God, there's a lot of demand for it now.
I'll make you a shirt meme. Don't worry about it.
Scalzo, we love it. We love it. Yes.
This is
free. You got to charge for that. You got to charge for that.
Wait.
That's free. It's free for now. That's all I get.
We love you, Scalzo. You are the man.
I am the man. Apparently, I'm a man, and I am the man. Apparently. All right.
Sure.
All right. See you guys in the near future.
See you guys. Good night, everybody. Till next time.
Good night. Everybody.
Take it easy, guys.
Every Tuesday and Thursday, we're here. And I want to thank Mad Hatter for giving us this great studio. They're opening up on the 9th, January 9th. And thank you all. CMMNJ, Kind of Sense, UFCW, Local 152, Jackson Storm, Smoking Monkey, Arlo Glass, OprahMachine.com, Mad Hatter, thank you. Don't forget, January 9th, and sativacross.org. Our list begins with Cheryl Miller. She was a ground zero for medical cannabis patients here in New Jersey. She had multiple sclerosis, and Jim Miller pushed her all over New Jersey, and down to senators and assemblymen and representatives in Washington, and got arrested. She was amazing, inspired me to do what I'm doing. I'll never forget the things I've seen. How she, I didn't know cannabis helped people with MS until I saw Cheryl. She was stiff as a board. Jim Miller would give her cannabis, and she'd be able to be exercised by Jim. She was able to loosen up her muscles. It was amazing. I've never seen anything like that before. And it led me to understand the endocannabinoid system, which we all have in our bodies. And it was all from there. I was like, wow, I need to know more about this. So Cheryl Miller, you're first on our list, always. Sabina Rose, 15-month-old baby who died from a 25-hour seizure, waiting for her cannabis card in the mail. Diane Ripatella, Gracie, Cindy Mae, Marie, Jack, Joan Ford, Randy Robertson, Polly Connolly, Bill Buckman, Chad, Jeremy Collette, Matt, Troy, Russ, Roger, Jay, Ella, Hattie, Jackie, Anthony, Jake, Armando, Felicia, Lynn, Dan, Sean, Joyce, Lori, Frank, Brian, Flo, Carl, Thorne Peters, died in jail in Tennessee. If you ever watched his show, Google Thorne Peters. He fought for freedom. He was the guy who would always say, "No mens rea, no mens rea." You don't have a guilty mind. There should be no cannabis laws. These are God-given rights. These are God-given plants. There should be no laws made. Like when they had to pass civil rights laws. Why did you have to pass a law for a black man to marry a white woman? Why do we need a law for that? But we had to have a law for that? Really? When Rosa Parks sat in the front of the bus, who was she breaking the law? Or was the law wrong? Or was she wrong? Who was wrong? That was the law. You can't sit in the front of the bus, Rosa. That's the law. Was she wrong for breaking that law? Why do we need these laws? These laws are hurtful. So yeah, Thorne, I love when he used to say no mens rea, because that brings it all home to really what it's all about. We don't need permission from an entity, from some entity to give us permission for what? For our God-given rights? I have to ask you permission for what God gave me already? Nah. I don't need to ask your permission or your forgiveness. Jay, Ella, Frank, Lorraine, Terry, Charlotte, Cher, Jay Bird, Michael, Marley Sheen, Colette, Brendan, Red, Rico, Lulu, Becky, Lawanda, Chip, Paul, Lisa, Marcus, Gary, and Jeff Oakes. Thanks, everybody. Tuesdays and Thursdays here at 420 at the Mad Hatter Dispensary, opening up very soon. Very, very soon. Hashtag Jeff's Law, hashtag They Shall Grow. They went with songs to the battle. They were young, straight of limb, true of eye, steady and aglow. They were staunch to the end against odds uncounted. They fell with their faces to the foe. They shall grow not old as we that are left grow old. Age shall not weary them, nor the years condemn. At the going down of the sun, and in the morning, we will remember them.